Anyway, welcome to the Invasion, session 57, I think. It is the 7th of July, 2021. I am Ryan, the GM, and here are the players.
Hello, I am Tom. Tonight I will be playing Eltris, the barbarian elf who thinks that the best Spider-Man would probably have to go to Milo Ventimiglia if he ever gets the chance. Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Alexander, and tonight I will be playing Fleabite the Skaven, who's still pretty terrible at everything. Spider B. Parker is the best Spider-Man.
Hi, I'm Chris, and tonight I will be Kildrath, the Dragonborn monk, who thinks Spider-Man is a wimp and Wolverine would kick his ass anytime.
I am also Chris. I will be playing Thoden Stormwatcher, and I actually think Miles Morales is a good Spider-Man because no one mentioned him. And also, shots were fired.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like in the wake of Colin's intro, because Colin isn't joining us this week, I'm going to just point out that Wolverine takes Spider-Man, because they're best friends, to a bar to get leads on a case Wolverine's working on, and hasn't told Spider-Man most of the details because it's Wolverine, and end up in a bar, and Wolverine orders them drinks, and he's like, wait, are you actually old enough to drink? And Spider-Man just looks at him, and then Wolverine drinks both of them anyway, and then they get into a massive bar fight.
I was about to talk about this, by the way.
Yeah,
I was just about to talk about this.
And then they leave, and Spider-Man's like, what was all that about? Like, we didn't even get anything. It's like, oh yeah, it was the best birthday ever, thanks, see you later. And he just leaves him. And I'm like, I nearly cried. It's like, that was so sweet. Because it was just, Wolverine's way of bonding with somebody without ever actually bonding. Just peak their friendship. And you don't get a lot of that in the comics, which I think makes it more special when you do get it. But I'm very pleased. I somehow, they're not, I don't read a lot of Peter, or Spider-Man content, and I don't read a lot of Wolverine content. I don't mind them when they're in other people's comics because they get to be more caricature of themselves and I don't have to deal with their own drama. But yeah, it was nice because I can't even remember what comic that's in, but it's fucking brilliant. I think you've read that one as well?
I've read it, yeah. I'm going to say there's also another one where they do fight and Spider-Man does win because of speed. And Wolverine's literally just not fast enough to keep up with him, but it's also not like a proper fight, you know what I mean? So I don't know if you can take it into account because with the whole thing, like Wolverine would probably go easy on Spider-Man, and yeah, but
yeah,
Spider-Man won.
If we're talking about if it was two people with those abilities and their goal was to kill the other person, the person with Spider-Man's abilities should never lose that fight. Is all I'm gonna say. If it's to do with personal things, Spider-Man wouldn't try and hurt Wolverine, and Wolverine is broken enough that I think if he had to, he would hurt Spider-Man. If he I could see Spider-Man's leg getting broke if Wolverine thought it was going to save Peter in the long run. Don't follow me, kids, because I have to go do things that you can't, come into, because Wolverine will get the job done regardless of what the job is, because that's his role, right? It's the wet worker. Yeah, right, yeah. It's like, don't worry, I'll live long enough until that trauma is buried underneath lots of other trauma. So, Yep. Anyway, so, that aside...
Also, Deadpool kills everybody.
Yeah, but so does the Punisher. Marvel have done that with loads of different characters. This person versus the Marvel Universe. So, they're all random-ass universe numbers as well, so it's sadly never canon, but I don't know if there is a canon version of that, because, you've got people that have fought God and won, right, in Marvel, but those people have been defeated by people like Squirrel Girl, right? So every day has a rock paper scissors in Marvel, and I think that's the same when people go, who'd win, Superman or Goku? And then my answer is always, why does it matter? It doesn't. Why do you need that answer?
You need to pick.
Yeah, it's not like when something in universe actually gives you say, Marvel Civil War comic book line where it is actually pitting them against each other. You're like, who's going to win? The people the writers want to win. That's who. Yep. It's the same as why Batman's superpower is to be the one the writers know is going to win. That's his superpower. That's why he wins, because he's Batman, and the writers know that. Like, literally, he just has started saying it now. As of the last, say, I think 20 years of his publications, he just starts saying, "I'm Batman," and that's good enough now, right?
Everyone had to do it, didn't they?
Yep. Do you know what I mean? It's just how it is. It's even got to the stage where other characters have questioned, "How did you even get in here? All the doors were locked, and we came in the only entrance." And then someone will look at him, and then look at the person asking the question, and goes, "But he's Batman." So he doesn't even need to say it himself nowadays. He's that.
Even in
Cool.
Supernatural,
Is it?
the episode with Lucky Foot, no, Sam's been kidnapped and he's been tortured, and Dean walks in and starts knocking these guys out and throws a pen into a gun, like the hole of the gun where the bullet comes out.
Amazing.
And he goes, "Huh? How did you do that?" And he just goes, "I'm Batman."
That's good. Yeah.
Is it ironic that their dad is played by Jeffrey Dean Morgan then?
No.
Because obviously Jeffrey Dean Morgan played Batman's dad? No? Nothing?
What did they play his dad in?
Was it Ben Affleck's version of it? When they
Was
do the
it?
flashback? Aye, Jeffrey Dean Morgan.
Oh, I didn't
and
know that.
actually, the girl from The Walking Dead, Maggie, played Martha.
Huh.
Yeah.
Interesting. God, he'd make such a good, like, see the Thomas Wayne that becomes Batman in one of the alternate universes? He'd
By
be
the way,
so
yes.
fucking good.
Like, aye. Like, yeah.
We're way off topic, but yeah. Yeah. He's a great actor. Okay, yeah, it's fine. Yep, we're there. We did our intros, we're good. What do you just remember from last time? There we go. Let's go there.
Someone said the name Martha. No,
Can I roll to Tisk's disc?
Is that your best notes? Yeah.
Bagpipes and movement in the woods.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that was loud. I don't know if that came from me or if that came from one of you coming through your audio, but
What was that?
test again. Oh, that's loud. Who's yipping?
what?
Let's try that again. Wow, why is that so fucking loud?
In your browser then?
I've got
Oh,
Twitch on
it's-
mute.
Coming
No.
through, Chris. Every time you
Yeah.
do it, your face lights up.
Also, if you've got Twitch on mute, it needs to be the browser that's muted, not the actual volume on Twitch, otherwise it won't count as a view, FYI. It's a weird thing that they've rigged it with. So, let me try this again. There we go. Good. No, I think it was coming through me as well. Because I've got, the way my audio setup is, I've got a soundbar that is most of my audio comes out of, and then it's only Discord voices that come out of the headset. So the idea that that would be that loud. But my audio had obviously changed itself because it's obviously audio problems and it does that. So it came out of my middle monitor. I'm like, please don't ever do that. Since that's set to the maximum volume at all times, but I never use its speakers. Strange. Anyway, here we are. What else happened last time?
I met the I forget her name. I want to say the Emerald Queen. But I don't think that's her name. Maybe Green Queen, something like that. Queen of the Woods, maybe. I met a woman and she had green eyes.
Just pick the Emerald Witch.
Give you green fingers.
Yeah.
Thomas also now has green fingers.
What was that?
Thomas also has green fingers, or rather, Eltris has green fingers.
Yeah.
What do you say about me?
Mhm.
Yeah, I forgot about that actually.
Good at Guardian.
What else happened? Obviously, Thoden played the bagpipes, and we saw a cutaway of the Green Queen, and she said violence, something, and then there was the movement. We also met Keldrith last week.
Have you met me? Yeah.
Yeah, no, just
Or I met, or I met you. One or the other.
Yeah, indeed.
we met each other.
There was a great meeting. Yep. Yeah, I was waiting to see if MD was going to bloody mention the new member that we got last time. Poor Keldrath. Yeah, we did. Yeah, we had some interactions. some fairly pleasant and relatively productive interactions, which was good. I've seen
A quick game of hide and seek.
Yeah, I've seen worse introductions though. Trust me, there's been some train wrecks.
Hello.
In general, I wasn't gonna say you. So
You
yeah,
were thinking
I'm not gonna speak anymore on the subject. How dare you?
it.
So yeah, yep, that was pretty much the cutscene at the end, Alexander. Yep. Only it's probably more like they chose violence.
No one chose violence. I just played some bagpipes out of respect.
Violence.
I just killed some guys out of respect. Joking.
I tried to feed you, and my stuff's burning on the stove.
No, you were very
It's not
clear that
your
you did take everything off the stove, so don't worry. You were very clear.
Yeah, I
It
did.
might just be undercooked now. That's all. It'll be fine.
No, sorry.
So yeah. Speaking of queens, yeah. Okay. So there's nothing else to remind ourselves of. We'll look at goals. Alexander, what are the goals?
The goals are to reach the city of Barris, decide the fate of the dragon egg, investigate Mountain for info on Bloodprince or Watcheres, get closure for Eric, and find out where the scout came from.
Yeah. And flea bites?
And Fleabite's personal goal is to fashion cold weather gear from Mountain Font.
Yes. Eldris, personal goal.
Find out why the stag is trying to communicate with Ma.
That's good enough, yep. With Ma.
Thank you.
Vanger, what's your goal? It's to keep the party alive till we reach the top of the mountain. There you go. Thanks,
You
Vanger.
might actually feel it's cool to
Uh, yeah. So, Thoden, your goal?
do. Nope, that's not mine. Possible relocation in or upon Mount Barris. Because I'm usually used at the bottom. It's just that's not mine.
That's not me.
So yeah,
And
relocation.
Kildrath?
The only one at the moment is to find out what's happened to the Dragonborn.
Yeah.
Ah,
So. Also, I
And
thought
I
for a
need to
second,
remember.
I seen there was a change there made seconds ago by Alexander on the spreadsheet, and I looked and I thought it was that you were actually going to change the spelling of Prince to Princh, like you said.
I just see what you've done
Okay.
Nice.
Every time I move away from Discord, I seem to lose volume. Don't know why that's happening.
Mm.
everything side by side. That's what keeps on with,
I
Yeah.
don't know. It's a strange one, maybe to do with how your resources manage what applications are like at the front. There's some really intricate settings I don't even know the ins and outs of. I just know that can be a thing that affects some people if something's like in the background. It's also the reason why Google Chrome is terrible with resources on your computer. It's just an absolutely horrible browser, but everything kind of uses it now, and it's awful. They could maybe take away half of the bloatware. That'd be great. Thanks. Yeah.
Firefox.
It's just that everybody's using like a lot of the framework that comes with Chrome. Chrome. That was right. And yeah, I like Firefox a lot. It's my personal browser that I use for Firefox, and I use Chrome for my streaming stuff, and I use Chrome Canary, which is a lightweight developer edition, for my RP stuff. Problem with that though is sometimes I have to default to using Chrome for my RP stuff because Chrome Canary is having a developer moment, as it often does being a developer issue. But it runs everything quicker for me because it's not got everything that Chrome has attached to it, so it doesn't take up as much. The joys. And I use Opera to record because it's even lightweight again. So the joys of browsers and how much I hate them all. If only one of them could do the job that I need all of them to do, that'd be great. But they don't. But here we are. So there's our goals. In conclusion. I think our last shots were of the wonderful droll of the bagpipes playing out over the forest and the monastery, and everybody rushing out to see if some random dying stag had staggered onto the monastery steps, and oversaw Thoden playing his bagpipes, the song of his people, no doubt, and then we seen a little cutscene of the Emerald Witch with the stag. Not the elk, like we all say, but the stag in the forest just saying violence. And then all the trees rustling around the monastery. So yeah, that's where we were. Totally safe. Right, guys? Good.
Yeah.
Could Fleabite join
And what's in the
Leave out what? Sorry, what was that?
join the cacophony with a bell ring?
Yeah, if you want to just hit a bell, yeah, yep. I'm gonna move it to
It's
this
just
map
like, it's what we're doing, right? Just noise.
I like noise.
to scare away the people in the
Yeah,
forest?
yeah,
Noise.
definitely. So yeah, this is the rough setup. Remember, user like I don't even know how tall that would technically be. Maybe 10 or 15 feet up, depending on your thoughts on the steps here. So yeah, definitely raised up by at least 15 feet it looks. So maybe even 20. Maybe 5, 10, 15, 20. So there is like a 20-foot difference between those two levels, just so you know. Makes sense, everybody on the map? Yeah? Everybody see what I'm talking about? Good. Just in case you didn't, and I was just talking nonsense. Also, obviously, if the map needs moved at all for any particular reason, you just need to let me know on stream as well if that adjusts itself. I don't know why it would need to be moved at all, but oh wait, that's right, I do, because things come out of the woods. So this fellow walks forward.
Up there.
Yeah. Walks forward, looks through whatever all this stuff is in the middle at you with your bagpipes, and cocks his head to the side, draws his sword, and then raises his hand kind of back over his shoulder. And from the trees behind him. Well, that's the wrong tool. Dun 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 dun. Is the war chant of Fleabite's confidence. So yeah. I would like everyone to roll initiative.
Before we do that, I have a slight issue, just quickly. I don't want to say any numbers, but my actual health seems to have went down randomly.
Have you seen why your health is the way it is?
No.
Okay. Do you look at your token?
I'm
What
looking
does
at my token,
what does it say for your health?
like the number?
Yeah, just read everything that it says for your token.
It says 75.
It definitely says more.
Yep.
Wait, what?
Yeah, look at the
Am I
screen.
missing something? 2 seconds. I got hardly any battery in my phone, so I'm not actually on the stream. 2 seconds, sorry.
Zoom in for everybody's benefit.
I'm definitely not seeing anything else.
A circle of death on the stream at the moment.
Alright, wait. Why is it like that?
I don't know, but why don't you just delete all your health and retype it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think it's going to be the end of the world if you're just at 85 again. No, you can just go back to 85, that's fine. I don't know why you'd be 83 anyway. I feel like you'll have... I'm going to quibble over it if it was broken. Yeah. Okay.
Fleabite would be the 19 as advantage, but there isn't a way of doing it easily.
Just keep rolling until it gets it right now. I'll fix that for you. Oh dear.
Okay, sorry about that. Right, initiative roll. Sorry, I'm going to do that now.
Yeah.
Um,
Oh, guys, come on.
So, Keldrath, yours probably come up with a big message telling you no token has been selected.
Look on your image.
You need to click on your token, which is your guy next to Fleabite and Iltris. Up here, he needs to be at least highlighted and selected. Then on your character sheet, you push initiative, and it'll put it into the turn order.
It'd be amazing if he redoes it. It's like a 20.
Aye, it can happen, right? Much like as you redo it and it gets lower.
Oh,
Click on.
So click on your token. So your token's at least highlighted. Then on the character sheet, where you clicked initiative the first time, do it again, but that needs to stay highlighted, your token. Because for it to put something in the tracker, it needs to put some item in the tracker. The item is your token.
Okay,
So it's just like,
if that works then.
perfect. There we go. Sorted.
Pardon me.
Indeed.
Yay, I'm dead.
I have not rolled yet.
Yeah, I know I'm already dead.
This button. Wabam. And this button. Wabam.
Is each one of them going to have an initiative roll? Yeah,
Yes,
that's normally how it works.
probably.
So, there are two groups. That's it. And they go on different turns. So, one group will go on the 16 and one group will go on the 8.
And
Sorry.
I'll go on the 4 and die.
Hi, going last isn't always a bad thing. I'd envy having that as my RP curse, as I said. The one I got was always getting first. I'm like, but I wouldn't start a fight. It's sometimes crap being the one where like, all my powers are better as reactions. No, don't let me go first. So anyway, it's Fleabite up first. And it makes sense that you'd act first, right? Given your history.
Yes. So, I think... what's our sort of distance?
The distance is awkward because of that thing in the middle as well. Like, for example,
Stairs.
like this would be you can't attack it
Mm-hmm.
because your favourite item's in the way. A bell.
I'll get that bell.
I'll get that bell.
Well,
And this would be whatever the like fairly reasonable cover rules are, given the crap in the way. And they do
I
affect
think
you, right? Because you
I-
don't have a.
I don't have that anymore.
Sadly. Otherwise, I could just have ignored that, and it'd have been great.
So I think I am going to start with. Yeah, I'll go with a silent image. No, mirror image.
Mirror image is the one you probably want, yeah.
Yes, that one.
Yes. Casting a spell to summon the pack. Yep. Okay.
Whenever I cast the spell, I never get attacked, so it's protection. And I hit the bell.
Yep. Yep. The bell has been struck. I'll dump that in. I'll estimate
And
it. It does. Wabam.
That is an action.
It was an action, yes.
Then I guess I will move
Remember-
over here, jump down there.
Remember, pip yourself with mirror image in some fashion.
Yeah.
Excellent.
And move. I'd love to sort of run away, but I think
I think you know.
I think I'm just gonna like run here.
What's your total speed?
Total speed is 35.
Is that including a
And-
cunning?
No.
So 70.
Yeah, so including cunning 70.
So just in case you didn't want to take break leg maneuvers, if it went badly, just so you know where you can get to.
Would this just be an athletics jump, or?
I mean, you are falling 20 feet, so yeah, I'll give you acrobatics or athletics. It'll be reasonably difficult, but nothing I don't imagine Fleabite couldn't manage, but it would be like, is that 2d6, I think? Yeah, because a d6 every 10 feet, isn't it? So
Yeah.
it would be 2d6 damage if you mess it up.
I mean, I've got to show. I can't show that much weakness to the chud. So
Yeah,
I'm just gonna jump.
So something I watched recently, they mentioned the chud, and I buckled laughing. And I cannot me remember what it was, but it was funny.
They'll have cannibalistic humanoid underground dwellers.
It was so the chud is what the air genasi who used to be in the gang had dubbed the invaders, and he told King Von Rune this as well, that is what he knew them as, and Von Rune says it's a good enough name until we learn the truth of it. He was very pleased at the fact that this random king agreed that the chud is a good enough name. So yeah.
Been adopted.
Yep. That's why Fleabite uses the term as well.
So, my choice of acrobatics or athletics?
I think I know what you're going to pick.
As well. Now, that looks not great, so I'm going to.
I can tell you it does fail.
So then I.
Because durability says on a failed skill check, which means you get to know, right?
Yes.
So, yeah.
On a skill check that I have proficiency with, so. Luckily. Although, it's a d6 can be enough.
That's not part of the rules, sadly.
It's not a good. It wasn't a great roll, but. Hey!
Hey! Yeah, that's enough.
Just mark off a use.
So to explain for anyone else what that actually meant was, this was a DC 15 to drop down without taking damage for acrobatics, and he failed that, but he has psychic powers that let him reinforce his moves. So he spent one of his psychic kind of dice that he gets to roll to try and improve the odds. What he doesn't get to know is if, it will matter. Like, would a 6 have mattered there? You don't get to know that before you do it. Now, you can see. I don't mind sharing it now. It saves people arguing about what numbers mean.
And I think it doesn't really matter. Yeah, because there's not a whole lot, I think. Can do bonuses.
Yeah, but you probably want to be drawing weapons, though, don't you? I'm sure that's what you said.
Presumably.
Yeah.
I will draw my Tear of Sorrow.
Okay. Is that you, bud?
Yeah.
Okay. And E. So, the guy in the middle had his hand up, gesturing to the forest, and now as these other figures emerge, he just lines his hand forward, pointing to the group. And these creatures start making their way in. So I'm going to just start by... Which way will I go first? Let's see. Okay, so this guy's going to go up. to there. He's going to have a go at Flea Bite. So, is there any
So-
maths involved at the start?
Yes, so I roll a d20 first. I believe.
Let's see. You must roll on 6 or higher to change the attack to a duplicate. 2 duplicates must roll 8 or higher. 1 is 11 or higher. Right, okay. So this is a d20, and so long as it's a 6 or higher, it will attack a duplicate. Okay, so this attacks a duplicate. Let's see. Each time I target targets you with an attack during spell's duration. So it doesn't say if hit, just targeting. So that's interesting. You must roll blah blah blah. If it hits a duplicate, it's destroyed. Right, there we go. There's the part I was looking for. Cool. So if an attack hits the duplicate, now I'll roll to see if he actually hits.
Yeah.
That's fine. I just wanted to make sure that that was all part of it, because I'm like, a bit weird if I didn't actually have to make the attack in the end. Okay, bam! That does not hit.
It's not.
Good, which means the other you is really nimble.
One of them.
Yeah.
I feel like he put like a cut through it, and we all just sprung in like 4 different directions.
That's the Doctor Strange cover with all the arms, then they split all off into multiple copies. So he's going to attack you again. Bam!
That's what I thought. Does not hit.
It does not. But I think you still need to make a roll regardless to see who that would have been against. Because I think it's every time you're the target. So would this have been just roll and we'll see if this was against you or them?
Right, yep. No,
Yep.
I had...
I'd already clicked the button before them. Cool. It'd have been against them anyway. That's fine. That is worth knowing. That is that dude done. And his buddy is just going to join him. Bam. Because why not, right? You saw his buddy didn't have much luck. Thank you. Bam. Does that hit you? Nope. Next one. Well, hey, look at that. Look at you tanking. Flea Bite. Brave. Or is it just that because Vanger isn't here this week, you just assume that he won't witness your bravery because everybody else will die? And you still need a new party who will know nothing of the bravery of Flea Bite he keeps well hidden. Okay. Nice. Right. The other two at the other side. Let's see. He's going to go there. He's then going to go from there and vanish and appear here. Yep. Almost as if they can teleport. And then he's going to go whabam against Odin, and it's a 10, so nothing to write home about. Also, your AC seems to be at an 18, buddy. You should be at a 16, I'm sure.
My shield I never unequipped my shield.
You were playing bagpipes. You definitely don't have your shield on for that. Just FYI. And next attack. Don't attach me, buddy. That's how it goes. And whabam! And you can choose to Stone's Endurance because it wouldn't be the worst idea, given that it's at least going to reduce some of it. Yep. The only time it's a bad idea is if the roll doesn't do as much as your Stone's Endurance can shrug off. That's the only time I'd say that you don't want to necessarily use it. Unless you're like super low in health anyway, then you should always use it. Okay, so roll your d12, add your con mod. What's your con mod? Is it plus 2? Plus 2?
Yeah.
Plus 2, right? So d12 plus 2.
Do that again.
So you can do /R space 1d12 plus 2. Type that out and hit enter, it should do all it for you. Excuse me. Hey! Right, so we can ignore 7 of that.
So sorry, what's so 13 plus 9? So
So it's 13 plus 9 minus 7, so it's really just 13 plus 2, which is 15. It's 15 damages. And you're not resistant to slashing or psychic or immune to slashing or psychic, so
no.
it is indeed the 15. There we go. Right, so where are we here? That was him in 2 attacks, because I think he whiffed the first one with a 10, so yep, that's fine. And then this guy is going to go to there. He's then going to measure. Perfect. He's then going to vanish and appear here. Yeah. And he's going to go, Wabam! Wow, these guys suck. And then he's going to attack again and go, Wabam!
That one hit me.
Thank you.
Um, 18. Aye.
Yep, 18.
I'm not enraged, so I don't get resistance to slashing, don't I not?
Correct. This is the downside of martial classes not going first.
Okay.
Yeah. And then it's... In fact, Keldrath, what is your dexterity modifier? There's a good question.
4.
Is that +4, you said, yeah?
Yeah, +4.
+4, cool. What I'm going to do is I'm going to switch you to round, right? You can still go now, and they won't go again, but because you've got the same number, you have a higher dex, so I'm going to let you go first. I meant to ask that earlier, but I didn't, so you can go now.
To me? Yep.
Yep, it's your now, but next time you'll go before they go, in the order.
Right, okay.
Because if
Again?
with ties, what I do is I let people work at the dexterity modifier, and it goes to whoever's got the highest dex.
Okay. So, stepping me through this, I can do...
So, do you have
movement.
there's a cheat sheet you should definitely have open right now. Alexander, can you link it in chat for him?
Yep.
Perfect. Is it easier to send you in Discord or maybe in Facebook, do you think? For this to be opened up? Chris, can send it to you.
This HTML.
Because that
Yeah, it's so good.
it is going to be your best friend when it comes to like learning how this game works.
Okay, yeah, I've got that open now.
Perfect. Bookmark it because it will be such a good reference for you. So, for example, right, you've got obviously your movement, and that is the first box there in the red. You've then got your action stuff you can do. If something lets you do a bonus action, you can do that, but that's only if something says, as a bonus action, you can do this. You don't get them like by default. Reactions are usually out of your turn. You get 1 until your turn starts again. For example, if somebody's next to you and they walk away, you can usually get a free action against them as a reaction, but it does mean that's it used if you had other moves that could use it, such as catching projectiles, which I'm pretty sure are reactions for you. Conditions make sense, right? Environmental effects, when they come up, also make sense, and if you click on any of these, for example, if you look at the attack action and click on it, it pops up with the actual rules, which is very handy. So this should help because it's so useful. Right, now talk me through what you would like to do, and then we can talk through what your character's abilities are and how to use them to make it happen. Okay? Because this is your first fight.
This is my first fight, indeed.
Yeah. I'm also going to be relying on Alexander to remember how monks work for me. So good luck, Alexander.
I mean, has it been a year now, probably?
Yup. I've been streaming over a year now, which is mad.
I'm not going to comment on streaming times.
Yeah. It's just weird to think how quickly we flew in. Right,
I did
Gildas.
have a plan. I did have a plan, but that plan's been scuppered because that
The guy
one has
next
ended
to
up beside us.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm going to move.
Now, keep in mind, right, as an action, anybody can take the disengage action. It just means it uses your action. And you could just walk past him and not worry about it. Right?
And
So that's
can monks not do that as a bonus if they spend some key?
very possibly.
This is one of the things that I need to get my head round about.
I'm just looking through the.
I think what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to add in Alexander to your character sheet. And then that way he can have a look to help guide you at a glance to have an extra pair of eyes on it. So there you go, Alexander. Just don't push any of his buttons.
It's on the character sheet.
Yes. Not even sorry. These are terrible jokes and I love them. So good. Right, so what is your, talk us through what your original plan was, Keldrath, and we'll see what we can handle.
Well, my original plan was to move 1, 2, 3. If I
Now remember, you can use the measuring tool. If you turn on the shortcuts, if you press Q, it should take you to the measuring tool straight away. And then you can just draw lines for us, if that helps.
my initial plan was going to walk to there.
Right. Remember, you draw from your token, and it'll measure it properly.
Yeah.
Cool. All right.
So that was going to be 25 feet. And then I was going to use my dragon breath to attack the two that are down there at Fleabag.
Right.
So I would need 30 feet. So I'd get the first one.
Okay.
But because this one has now came up beside us, my plan would be to simply move in beside that one and attack him.
Dragon breath in your space. Ah!
I will say, right, so
My-
obviously this guy's here, right, is based on what they're wielding, they're all these ones are wielding greatswords that you can see, same as obviously Eltrys. Eltrys doesn't have reach, and that would argue they don't have reach, which means you're not engaged, so there's no penalty to you moving away. If you moved to here, which is 30 foot, I think your speed is probably more than 30 foot, should be up at the top of your character sheet.
45.
Right? So you could easily move there, and then you could use your line breath attack that way. And you'd get both. Just as a highlight,
Yeah.
if you wished. Or you can walk there and then just punch this guy many times.
See, my problem here is I don't know the other characters' weaknesses and strengths. Already, Thodin's been hit,
Mm-hmm.
and
Whatever.
Eltrys has been hit.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, not knowing them yet, in my mind,
Yep.
I should go for Eltrys.
You're right.
Because I would protect. That would be my way of looking at it.
Ah, right, so not betraying him when you said go for him. Right, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like,
Sudden betrayal!
No. Because this one's closer to me,
That makes sense to me, yeah.
if I took him out of the game in one hit, which I don't think is probably likely, then that frees two of us to attack everybody else. Or if I hit him once on Eltrys's move, he hits him second time, we take one out of the game. So,
Yeah.
in my own logic, I would move him beside Eltrys and attack this.
And also,
character.
keep in mind as well that once you, that'd be 5 feet of your movement to be able to attack him, right? Because you'd need to move
Yes.
1 square over. You can then, after all the attacks happen, if he is in fact dead, you could then use the rest of your movement as well, just so you know. It's not like you have to use movement in one go. Older systems were like that, and some board games are like that, where you have to do one, then the other in a certain order. I'm sure old D&D used to be you always had to do your move first, then your action, which means if you just attacked something next to you, you couldn't move, which was sucked. So I love the fact that 5e lets you break it up. So, do you want to move to engage that guy? Is that right?
before we do that though,
Yeah, I want to talk through
everything
all
on my
things. So in theory, like you're gonna move
yeah,
there,
yeah.
and then
Yep,
what's
move
your
there,
plan of
yeah.
action?
Well, this is the bit I haven't got my head round about yet.
Okay.
I've got all these things that seem linked to my character
Yes.
that are all more or less, are they all active? As we kind of discussed, I don't have to do, for instance, at the present time, I could go flurry of blows because it's part of my character.
So
Is that
yeah,
right?
if we look at
And the
flurry
key
of blows, and what we'll do is we'll put that into chat just now for everybody, as well. So there's a wee speech bubble next to flurry of blows. Do you want to click that for me, Keldrath?
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yep, perfect. Right, so read what it says. Immediately after you take the attack action on your turn, you can spend a key point, right? And you have 8 key points, okay? You can, and you need to rest to recharge them. Although I think
Yep.
monks get them on short rest, which I think is absolute bullshit, but
They do.
yep, never mind. Yep. No, they're really good. You can spend a key point to make 2 unarmed strikes as a bonus action. So what that does is, it means you need to already have made an attack, not your extra attack, your attack, right? So that needs to have happened. And then you need to do flurry of blows. And flurry of blows lets you make 2 unarmed attacks. So for example, it could be your quarterstaff that you hit with as your attack, then punch, punch. And then that would be your action and your bonus action used, right, in that instance. But because you have taken, the attack action, the wording of extra attack is that because you're after 5th level, you can attack twice instead of once when you take the attack action, right? So your extra attack lets you attack again after that, which is great.
Which is OP attack. Normally.
Yeah, but he's punching.
Yes.
He's punching, right? With
Bonus
his hands.
attack.
So the way that works, right, is attack, flurry, flurry, extra attack. And that would pretty much be you, except your movement you've still got left over after that, okay? I'm trying to work out the wording here. So you can attack twice. And let's see, immediately after the attack. Yeah, so you can't flurry after extra attack, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's not the attack
Yeah,
action.
yeah.
Because that happens once, and that's what extra triggers off of. So extra doesn't trigger flurry again, which is at least a limitation there, Chris Jr. Yeah.
But if you, Keldreth, if you want to do the speech bubble next to stunning strike.
Yep. It should be open on your sheet already. There we go.
Yes,
Perfect.
yeah.
Yeah, so the trigger there is when you hit another creature with a melee attack weapon, of which your fists also count. Except unarmed strikes, I think they still count as weapon attacks for you. You can spend 1 key point to attempt a stunning strike. The target must succeed a con saving throw or be stunned until the end of your next turn. And if you use that cheat reference and go down to the bottom red box and look at stunned, it says you are incapacitated, can't move, and can only speak falteringly, and attack rolls have advantage against you, and you automatically fail strength and dex throws. So stunning somebody is very useful, especially if someone else's attack's coming up.
Definitely.
So it's very, very, very useful that way. Just FYI.
And since you can sort of tack that on to other ones if you're feeling like it.
Yeah, it just literally is when you land one of the above 4 attacks, you can choose one of them to be stunning. The only thing is do you want to spend more key is the only question in that regard. And ideally you probably want to do it on the first hit to make the rest easier for you, if you can pull it off. Because obviously if you hit with the first one and get it stunned off and they are stunned, the rest of your attacks will have advantage, which is the rolling twice and taking the better result. It's alright, isn't it?
It certainly is, yeah.
Yeah, you can see how good monks are, but can you remember when I told you there's an order to things you'll want to learn quickly, and it's a pain in the arse if you mess up your order. But you will do that, so you just need to suck it up and move on when you do mess up, because that will happen.
Of course.
But yeah, when you're asking me if things are active or not active, you can see how they all had very specific triggers in them, right? So flurries was immediately after you take the attack action, so you need to do that part first. And then extra attack is once you've done the attack action, you can do your extra attack. And then stunning is once you've hit with an attack, you can then do stunning. So they all have their own
So
inbuilt triggers.
this is my thing. Other than using key points to activate these things,
Mhm.
I could do all these one after the other without having to
In the order we described,
prepare.
yeah. So attack,
Yeah.
yep, so attack, stunning strike, right? As part of that attack. Then they're stunned, hopefully. Then flurry has to happen immediately after the attack action, right? So can you see why stunning gets to go before flurry? Because it's part of the first attack.
I do.
Perfect. Good.
Yep.
And then you've got flurry, which is 2 attacks. Then that uses up a bonus action, which you only get 1 on your turn off. So that goes away, and it's a key point. And then extra attack is just something you can do as a martial class, so you get that as well. And then, in theory, if they weren't stunned at that point, you could, any of those attacks you could attempt to stun them on if you don't get them on the first one, put it that way. And if you get the stun off on the first one, this is all with advantage, which is glorious. And then, at the end, it's the extra attack just to throw something in. Which again, you could try and stun them again if they weren't stunned at that point. Or if you have anything else within your abilities.
Oh,
yeah.
There's lots in there, but we'll stick with these ones at the moment.
Yeah, they're very, very, very good. Monks are great, but they involve the mini university course called I Am Now a Monk. What is the order of the universe?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not easy. But so long as you're telling me what you're trying to achieve, we can, between me and Alex at least, we can at least attempt
Fix it.
to deliver that. Yeah. But at the same time, learning by failing is usually my go-to, and sometimes it teaches you quicker. Isn't that right, Sleetstorm?
Yeah.
Yep.
Who?
Who? Did he say Sleetstorm? Cast Sleetstorm!
I should have a quote. Anyway.
Sorry, so Keldrath, what's your thoughts now?
That works for me exactly that. So, take my attack. If it hits, then I'll cast Stunning Strike, and then back to Flurry of Blows, using Stunning Strike if I've missed the first one on them, and then do the extra attacks if I can, if I need to.
Yep. So basically, just much like the art you found for yourself. Yeah, we're going to be seeing lots of fast.
All of that.
Yeah.
Lots of
Yep. So
also, can I just say that I love the flavor of monk you've gone with. I'm so happy that there's one of those in the game.
It's good. It is
Thank
really
you very
good.
much.
There's some really damn good monk classes, though. They're all pretty. I think monk's one of the toughest choices to pick a subclass for because they actually put a lot of love into all of them. I think. I heard the weakest is the one with basically the spellcasting, the elemental spellcasting, but everything else is fun. Anyway, so Keldrath, move yourself either 5 or 10 or however far you want to move. You could arguably go 15 if you really wanted, because keep in mind you could go as far as there without causing it. If you go here, it's probably not a great idea.
Yeah. No, I'm just going to go inside him. So moving,
Keep in mind you only need to go 5 to technically engage him, if that's what your goal is.
Yeah, no, I'm going to go 10.
Okay.
If I can figure out how to move.
So press S to go back to the select tool. Grab your token and dump it where it should go. Okay, so you've used 10 of your movement. Yep, that's fine. 10 of your speed's gone, yep. Right, now, you'll want to use your quarterstaff, most likely, or your unarmed attack, whatever you want to hit him with.
I'm going to use my unarmed at the moment because it doesn't make any difference using the quarterstaff.
Okay, that's fine by me.
Yeah, good.
No, go for it.
Well, you could, two-hand your quarterstaff.
It's not wrong.
And that does bump it up to a D8. If you're going for being a punchy guy, then absolutely go for it. That's cool. It's just on a purely mathematical way. You can bump it up, but that doesn't have to influence anything.
See,
Okay, no, I see what you mean. Yeah.
Equipping his weapon, would that not count as an action?
Say that again, sorry?
Would him equipping the staff and then unequipping the staff?
If
No,
the
no,
staff
no.
if the staff was on him and he drew his weapon, that can all happen as part of your turn. It's the shield that takes an action to equip.
If you look at the action bit in that link, it does sort of say you can interact with one thing for free. But
Oh.
to use a shield specifically, it does cause an action.
No, I'm not saying that for.
No, we're just
Okay.
highlighting the difference
No.
between, like, it's a
Right.
very common thing. Shields
Very-
are that intense, but weapons, that's why Fleabite could draw his dagger after everything he did, which started with
Right,
him using his action to cast that spell. But because there was nothing stopping him from acting, he was able to also draw his dagger.
Okay.
Also, just in case you've talked to Ryan and another time, the doing that thing is not tied to movement.
No,
But
it's
that
tied
was
to
a
being
thing that we
able
had for
to
a long
move
time.
as a physical entity, though. Obviously, you can't draw a weapon if your hands are tied.
Yes.
Mm.
For example.
Okay.
Yeah. So, there's nothing wrong with Calidrath being able to use his quarterstaff two-handed if he wants the D8 over the D6. It makes sense. And then following up with the unarmed strikes afterwards. Your extra attack
Okay.
can be with the quarterstaff as well.
Okay.
Okay.
How do I activate quarterstaff then? So if I click on that,
Yep, and that's exactly what you want to do. So that's the roll, right? Can you see how that's a 12 you've rolled? And if you highlight that with your mouse, it'll tell you that you rolled a 5, and it's plus your 4 from Dex, plus 3 from your proficiency. Right?
Yep.
That's your 12. I then compare
Okay.
that to their AC. I'll obviously tell you it misses, because it's a 12, and it misses these guys. Which means your stunning strike can't happen now, right?
Yep.
But at this stage, now you can choose to spend a key point if you want to do flurry, because flurry doesn't need you to have hit, just to have made the attack. Right? So if you're wanting to do that, can you paste flurry of blows back in just so as it's in the
Okay.
order for us? Because I like to try and track it that way. So it'll be the wee speech bubble again, just to dump that in. Perfect. And then mark down a key point. So you should have 8, mark it down to 7. They should be. I see where your death saves under your. Perfect. Perfect. You got it. And then just do your unarmed attack. Just at the top of the list. There we go. Look at that. That hit. So obviously that quarterstaff was a feint, obviously, right? So that you could, maneuver his face into your fist or your foot or whatever's smacking him.
Really?
So now what you do is see in the chat under the 26 it says monk unarmed strike. Click on that text in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
That will do the damage roll. There we go. For a fist doing that much is disgusting.
Okay.
Yeah.
So 2 wee seconds. I'm going to go and work out all the maths on my side. And if you're doing your second attack, you can just do the exact same thing again. Monk unarmed attack.
Or can I use stunning strike now?
Yes, because that did hit. So you can now use stunning strike.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So if I bring this back in again, in the speech bubble.
Yep. So just dump stunning strike in, and then you need to work out what your DC is, right? So let's go work out where it tells us that, because it will say it somewhere in all your
Yeah.
jank.
It says it in the key part.
Okay, so do you want to expand the key part for me? It doesn't need to go into chat, I just need it expanded.
The red
Sorry, I'm
part.
lost in that one.
In the bottom.
In your features, yeah.
Yeah.
Under
It
flurry
just
of
says
blows
key.
in the features, it will say key. Click on that just so it's expanded. As I said, I don't need it to go into chat, because it will be an essay. Just need you to click
Oh
on
yeah,
that.
yeah,
Yep.
got you.
Click on that, and then in there somewhere at the very bottom, there we go. So the saving throw DC is calculated as follows. It is 8 plus your proficiency plus your wisdom modifier, right? So what are all those numbers? So we know your proficiency is 3. What's your wisdom?
Wisdom modifiers. I can 3.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is saving
14.
DC. I'm going to just make you a little box for this as well. So it is 8 plus Dwarf mod plus voice mod. So DC equals, that's 14 just now, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, apparently that's, why did that happen? That is really annoying. Try that again. If people are doing stuff in the sheet, don't do anything just now, thank you. So, God, what was all that I just typed 2 seconds ago? Is 8 plus, I'm just making a cheat sheet for this. 8 plus prof mod plus whiz mod equals DC equals 14. There we go. So this obviously will need to be updated as those numbers change, but at least for now, if you're ever just looking for that quicker, at least it's there. That's at the bottom of the red text pile, the features and traits. It's just a quicker way to get there because, as I said, as soon as your wisdom modifier or your proficiency mod changes, you'll need to update that, but that's easy enough to edit. But it saves you looking through essays for the maths again.
Okay.
Right, so what that means is that's the number I have to meet or exceed to not be stunned with this guy, right? So,
Okay.
go back to this guy's sheet. So, we've punched him. He's potentially very stunned by this affair. We'll find out in a second, as soon as whabam! Just makes it. Not bad, not bad.
Okay.
Maybe this is where you realise, you know that would normally knock out lesser foes, shall we say, given the training you have over your body. So you can definitely like kind of internalise that information to be like, yep, definitely no need to hold back.
Yeah, definitely.
Yep. Right, so now, in the order of things, obviously for your stunning strike you marked off another key point, I assume you're down to 6 now, yeah?
I will be, yes.
Cool, make sure that gets tracked. The trick to do that is mark them off before you end up doing the stuff, because then we get caught up in how the thing works and you forget to mark it off. Right,
Mark it off.
and then next time it's your flurry to finish. So we've got your unarmed strike number 2. It's okay, you won't need to click that again, that's fine. Just when it's used the first time. Yep. So next time we've got your unarmed strike.
I've done the wrong thing. Yeah.
That's okay, don't worry. Just your
Sorry, yeah. Yes.
middle of the sheet
Sorry.
attack box.
Yeah.
There we go.
Hey.
That's also a hit. Way. So now you click the text in the chat for the damage. Okay, and you can choose if you want to do another stunning strike.
Of course I do.
Okay, mark off. So you should be down to 5, I think, for your key.
5, yeah.
It's quick to go away, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. On a tough battle anyway, yeah.
Yep.
Like, I would say one extra thing to keep in mind, but I don't want to add too many, is where they are in the turn order. Because that will stun them until the end of your turn. Your next turn. And
So
since
it runs them.
Yeah, so if you're going to do stunning strike again, pop it in chat again, because you are using this fresh. Flare of Blows just had to finish, which is why you wouldn't pop it in twice. So put stunning strike in again, because it's a new one. And at the bottom of that it says here, or be stunned until the end of your next turn. Right?
So like the stunning.
So that would mean Eltress would attack with advantage.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
Yep, because they're not going next, remember? They already went a bit too quickly the first time. So they'll be going after Kildrath next time. Yeah, so technically he's got a bit of extra out of this one. But it does mean that you're going to be helping, obviously, Eltress, etc.
Eltress at the moment, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So you need to roll against Constitution again.
I do indeed, which is a DC 14, which is good. Let's see. whip him. I don't make it.
You're stunned.
I am indeed stunned. Where is the stunned picture? What does it look like? It'll be one of the red ones. Is it just the screaming man? It's not the screaming man. It's exhausted, sleeping, stunned. It's near the bottom. Okie dokie.
Under these circumstances, I can still do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to be careful with this.
So you can still do extra attack, and it can be your quarterstaff, and it will have advantage.
Yes, and that doesn't cost me any key points. This is just a natural ability.
Yeah, so paste in extra attack, because this is where it would come into the order.
Where are we? It's amazing how you can't find these things when you're actually looking for them, isn't it?
You can reorder that list as you wish as well, by the way.
Oh, okay, I didn't realise that.
Yeah. Oh. The only reason I never should have to do it is because sometimes people accidentally delete stuff, and then that's all awful. Because then I have to learn how monks work from scratch. But yeah, so extra attack will be in there somewhere. There we go.
Yep.
And then it says here you can attack twice whenever you take the attack action on your turn. You've already taken the attack action on your turn, so you just get another attack, which is nice. So this can be your quarterstaff if you want it to be again, and it is with advantage.
So I go up and I turn advantage on.
Yep.
And I do that.
Yep, that's a hit. You just click on the text in the chat, and then that will be you. Hey! And had there been a need to do Stunning Strike again, you could have, but there is no need on this guy.
Could have.
Yeah. But you can see how good monks are when you get the order right. It's just learning the order and what's worth doing when, if that makes sense.
Exactly.
Also, so do you want to put into the chat the drunken master?
That was a secret.
Sorry, but it was the ability. Sorry, the specific ability.
So, drunken technique.
Yeah. That is amazing.
It's also very good to internalize as well right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so whenever you use Flurry of Blows, you gain the benefit of the disengage action, and your walking speed increases by 10 feet until the end of the current turn. So, what was your speed normally?
45, so I
Right.
can do 55.
Yeah, exactly. Basically, you've got your full speed again from this position, because you used 10 already. So, you've just got your 45 back. And, yeah, you can take that whole turn there. And had this, say Eltrus was a bad guy as well, you now have the benefits of disengage because you've used Flurry of Blows, which means you could move away from that, and Eltrus can't attack you as like a.
At no extra cost, at no extra anything. I can just say I'm then going to use this and move away.
You don't even
if I wanted to
use it. It's tied to when you use Flurry of Blows. This is just on when you use Flurry of Blows. So
and the Flurry of Blows doesn't even need to hit.
Yeah, just use.
So good.
Just the fact that you spent the key on it means that you're moving that much that it's made it harder for other people to get like cheeky strikes at you, which is why like Drunken Master monks are disgustingly good. Yeah, mostly they've got loads of passive-y, backup-y things, which just makes their life on the battlefield easier. Like the hopping up from like on the ground and stuff like that is so good. But anyway, so at this stage, do you want to move anywhere now? Because this guy...
No.
This guy's stunned anyway. You've got the benefits of disengage, regardless of this guy's condition. Yeah, and... You've definitely hit him a lot. Let's face it, you've hit him a lot. So Eltrus could probably like testify to seeing some of the hits land, I guess. Given how fast you moved in 6 seconds. Yeah. But if you're happy staying put, you can also just happily stay put. It's up to you.
In staying put, can I activate? Where is it? Unarmed defense as a closing move on this, or do I need to?
Don't know.
No,
What's his
never mind.
triggers?
That's if I get attacked. Never mind. That's if I get attacked.
Cool.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay. No, I'm cool. That's me. I'm happy with
I
that.
feel like I should worry about that. Unarmed defense is just always on, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just how we work out your AC.
Yeah.
So you don't need to worry about that. Don't worry.
This is a bit. I'm not.
As I said,
read about
this is why I
what's
said to you,
active and
it's
what
good.
isn't.
It's good that this is what this is for. It's so you learn. So ask all the questions, because yeah. Also,
Yeah.
studying your character between sessions, I cannot stress enough, and making yourself your own cheat sheet for what to do. If faced by many small people, attack using this method. If facing one big guy, attack using this method. If unsure, just do this, because it doesn't use up resources. Until I'm sure, then use resources. Yeah, like there is definitely
Cool.
cheat sheets you can throw together to give yourself a bit of an easier time, especially when things get stressful and you go, I don't know what to do, and you think, okay, I'm just going to do the thing that doesn't burn out or fuck up anything badly. Yeah.
Perfect.
Excellent. Okay, so if you're happy there, that's fine. That's fine by me.
I am.
Okay, so now it's Eltris's turn.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay. So firstly, I'd like to enter my rage.
I am shocked by this.
Are you?
A little bit.
Really?
Not really.
I don't think so.
Okay.
See, I was double thinking it because obviously that guy's stunned, and you would have like advantage and stuff anyway, wouldn't you? You know what
You
I
don't
mean?
get advantage from being in the rage, it's only reckless attack that gives you advantage, so... What rage gives you is your defense with your resistances.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's because strategies only up. It was somewhat advantage on strength checks, but obviously that's completely different.
Yeah, strength
so
checks would be like your athletics roll, for example.
I would like to enter my rage firstly to begin this. Hoorah. Want me to put it in the chat? Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Cool. I've ticked the little button and put my number down by.
Pip yourself on your token as well. Because you're raging.
I'm raging, man.
Mm-hmm.
After having to follow what he just done.
Interrupting a bagpipe solo? How dare they?
Where is my wee ragey guy? Is that him there? No.
Remember, if you highlight the token for 2 seconds, it will tell you what they are. There we go. He's a very angry boy.
For some reason, I thought he was one of the red ones, so I was looking at the red ones. Then I was like, I'm sure it was closer to the top.
Red are normally like status conditions in a negative sense, and the greens are usually like positive conditions. Usually.
Not controlling your anger is a positive thing.
It's all the rage.
Nice.
It's terrible. I'll see myself out. Right. Well, you're raging.
I'm looking for the one that's like when I enter my rage, it allows me to do that thing.
Stormora.
With the lightning.
Stormora.
This one here?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, there is. Your aura has an effect when you that activates when you enter your rage, and you can activate the effect again on each of your turns. So because I've entered my rage, I would like to use that first.
Okay. Yep.
Now, see, because this is like a kind of effect, like would
Think
would
out.
advantage
Yep. Just
thingy this at all? No, because
No.
he's stunned. Like
no.
because it's
Advantage
not an
does
actual
nothing
attack.
because this is a saving throw.
Yeah, right.
Yep.
I get you now.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. So he
That's
needs
all I was
to.
thinking.
He still needs to make a saving throw, and this is a con saving throw, which is why stunned does nothing to it. Because if you look at stunned as a condition, you automatically say you fail automatically strength and dex saving throws, but not con. So he still gets to have a go at that. Right. So we're bam. He still fails it though. It's a d6 damage, right?
Yes. So
Sea Aura is the other one. It should say Storm Aura, Sea Aura, and it tells you the rest you're probably looking for.
I'm just going to put that in there because that's what I was looking for. That's why I was pure confused.
Mhm.
But there is the 1d6.
Perfect.
Yeah. Cool. And then, Ryan.
Yes, Thomas.
Also just go in with my silvered greatsword.
Oh, you're drawing that, are you? Oh.
Yeah.
Using their own weapons against them. Interesting.
I can click advantage now, can't I?
Yeah.
And then
If you're attacking the guy next to you who's stunned, yes, you can definitely attack with advantage.
And then silvered greatsword.
That hits.
Nice.
Do you want to become a monk very briefly and use stunning strike? No.
You know, that's a conversation for wrap up chat. So it's
Okay.
like when that was happening, I was like, oh, that's quite nice.
Yeah. I'm not saying I was living rent free in your head briefly there, but yeah. Uh-huh.
Right, there you go. 11 damage. 9 slashing.
He now looks
And-
blooded. I'll let you know that. Yeah.
Nice one.
Yep.
Well, in that case, can I?
You may, with advantage.
Thank you. And I'll just use the silvered greatsword again.
I am surprised by this. Yeah, that's a hit.
Then,
Bam.
boom.
Yeah. Not bad. Not bad.
And then I don't think there's much else I can do apart from move, but I'm not going to because there's a guy in front of me. I'm just going to stay here.
Sure.
And that is me done.
Yeah. Not bad though. Not bad. Yeah. Right.
Right.
Whew, me again. So, it's unlikely any of you will have the wherewithal to be able to be paying attention to this guy, whose go it is now. But he just has the biggest shit-eating grin on his face at the chaos unfolding. And he's got his sword in his hand, and he just holds it out to the side, and he just kind of like drags it across the ground in front of him, and then just chuckles to himself, and just seems to be taking in the fight. Foden.
I have an idea.
Is it just keep playing the bagpipes and fuck this guy?
Yup.
Oh, in his ears!
Technically, there's a bell in your way. Visually, at least,
no,
there.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you were looking to make an attack on that guy, like literally just walking around him means you don't leave his threat, and you can then see this guy. But again, firing anything through this isn't ideal unless it's saving throws, because yeah, cover based on interceding terrain. Or there is always using your action to get your shield on and then pulling your Warhammer out as well if you wanted that to come out. And then potentially any bonus action spells you want to hit out with while doing all that.
I don't really have any bonus action.
Can you now see why I mentioned Spiritual Weapon last time we were talking about spells? Because that's literally able to be like summoned and make an attack as a bonus action, which is disgusting if you ask me. That's why it's such a good cleric spell.
I was thinking command.
Yeah. Always good. What would the command be? Gloat? Like he seems to be doing. Revel, maybe?
I was thinking like just as it says drop.
Okay, yeah.
I know I can make it up, but I mean suicide could be the word they use.
Sadly not. based on the wording of command.
Yeah.
Because arguably die is a better word then, isn't it?
Mhm.
Seppuku.
Let's watch this.
Like, if it was just you telling the universe a command, just say immolate or something, you know?
Aye.
Dust. Yeah. It's not as good as that, sadly. As nice as those would be. Crazy OP powers.
Yeah.
Right, talk us through your plan. What's
So I was thinking
what's plan A?
command to get this guy to drop his weapon. Oh.
And then what's your backup plan after that? Because on his turn you can just pick it up and stab you.
Yeah.
So there is that.
Could I then obviously hit him with my weapon and then spiritual weapon?
If you've got spiritual weapon prepared, yes.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
That's also a bonus action as well as a.
Yep. Yeah, so see if you look at the text of spiritual weapon.
I'll pop it in here so people
Yep.
can see it.
So bonus action, right, to cast. Range is 60 feet. You create a weapon. When you cast the spell, you can make a melee spell attack against a creature within 5 feet of the weapon. And on a hit it does that level of damage. And as a bonus action on your turn, you can move the weapon up to 20 feet and repeat the attack against a creature within 5 feet of it. So that's how it works going forward. Because obviously you don't have another bonus action on the turn you've got it summoned.
Right.
So it's very useful for the fact that, can you also see it lasts a minute and it's not concentration? Can you see how good a spell that is? It's kind of disgusting. So it is basically, I summon another player. Thank you, other player. Go harass people. Yay. I think you need to stay. I think it is not a creature, so it can inhabit the same space as anything else as well. It is not a creature, so it is.
Mage hand.
No, it is not. Your mage hand cannot interfere with spectral weapons, sadly, nor creatures. Fucking mage hand. But yeah, so it is very, very useful. I have seen a campaign where someone used it to summon a trumpet, and they just tooted force damage at people all the time. Was their special one? Because it ultimately does not matter what it looks like realistically. Most people will summon hammers or spears or swords or various things like that, or maces or whatever. But realistically, it doesn't actually matter. I just would rather it would resemble like something fitting of your god. Obviously, bolts of lightning don't really make sense since it does force damage, but then, who cares?
Yeah.
Like, who really actually cares? So yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to.
Would you like to start with that, or would you like to drop your bagpipes and then draw your weapon, so that's in your hand as well?
Yeah, I'll do that. Can I then equip the shield as the action?
Yes. So as a free action, you can drop the bagpipes. As part of your turn, you can draw your warhammer. You can then equip your shield as an action, and you still have your bonus action after all of that to use spiritual weapon and get an attack off on this guy. And that is disgusting, all of that, just so you know.
Yeah.
Now, where do you want the weapon to appear within 60 feet of you?
Down here and piss this guy off, I think.
Okay, that's fine. Do you need to be able to see the area? Does it say?
I don't think so.
Let's have a wee look. So, spiritual weapon within the range that lasts for the duration until you cast the spell again. When you cast, blah 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 blah. As bonus action, repeat the attack. Creature or the weapon continue from one. Blah blah blah. Yeah, no, nothing about sight. Can you see how good a weapon it is or a spell it is? So yeah, you can just summon it in front of that guy if you wanted it to be, and he should be well within range. Yep.
Yeah.
So do you want to do that? What does it look like? Make it at least reasonable.
That's a good question. That's one thing I've actually not thought about.
What does your weapon look like? Well, does your god in your head have any kind of like symbology that makes sense to you? What are these? I've got tokens that I made up already that I don't. That one's a saber, one's a hammer. One's an axe, sorry. So,
I'm going to make it a scythe.
scythe. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
2 seconds.
Because she's the god of harvest.
Yeah, that
well.
makes sense. Yeah, I'm into that.
Like a
Scythe.
proper,
2 seconds.
like a sickle and hammer type thing. But not.
I'm going to go for scythe on that one because it's the token
Yeah.
I've now put on the map.
That's fine.
Where are we here? What is your colour in here just now? Your colour is some kind of strange grey. Let's see. Let's adjust that so everybody can see that. Save. That is the worst colour ever. I'm going to make it electric blue to reflect lightning.
The colour of my room.
There we go. So I'm going to dump that there. It is a placeholder. It represents nothing. I don't even know. Can you even move that at all? You probably can't, but I'm willing to let you try.
No, I have no control over that.
That's fine. You'll just need to ask me for control.
Yeah.
And I will move it where it needs to go. Right, so I need to put that in the tracker because that is a minute that lasts for, right? A minute, it does. Mark off your spell slot, buddy, as well. Spiritual weapon. There we go. Oh, the turn orders fell
I
out.
use that to attack this guy then?
You can,
like
because
straight
once it's summoned, it gets an attack straight away. Yeah, and then it's on repeat turns. You need to use your bonus action to make it do stuff. Which is still pretty damn nifty. So, you done all your admin that's required?
Not yet.
Do all
I'm
that
still
then.
thinking.
Shouldn't be thinking. There shouldn't be a spell slot decision. That should already have been covered. When in doubt, it's default. What was your thoughts?
Because obviously it says as you add an extra 1d8 for every 2 slots.
Yep.
2 slot levels above 2.
Yep, and you want to make these decisions before you commit to casting spells. Yep.
Fine, I'll just use it.
It's okay. You can. Nothing has happened yet. You can pick any slot you have access to. I just want that to be the first choice you make. And highlight. Yep.
Higher slot, 3rd level or higher. The damage increases by 1d8
Yeah, because
every 2
it's the reason for that is because its default is level 2, so it needs to be 3rd or higher for it to care about an increase. It's an extra d8, and at the moment it's going to be a d8 plus your spellcasting modifier, right? So what's your spellcasting modifier? I think it's wisdom you use. So what's your wisdom mod?
Yeah, 3.
3, right? So it's going to be a d8 plus 3 if it's cast at level 2. It's going to be 2d8 plus 3 or 3d8 plus 3 if it's cast at level 4. Wait, is that right? It increases by... let's see. When you cast a spell using a 3rd level slot or higher, the damage increases by 1d8 for every 2 slots above 2nd. Interesting. Does that mean it's going to go up?
I think it would go up to level 4. It'd need to be, for me to get the extra d8, it would be a level 4 spell.
No, I think for that, it sounds like a past 3rd level or higher. It sounds like it's only going to be... Yeah, I was going to say, it sounds like it's going to be in chunks of 2, which means 4 does nothing for you, but 5 would. But like 6 would do nothing for you, but 7th would. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So yeah. See, like the way your mods work, where like a 15 does nothing for you, but the 16 does. Yeah. So 3rd would push it up to 2d8, but 4th wouldn't do anything for you. So there you go. That saves you a bit of thinking.
Alright, cool. I'll do it at level 3 then.
Okay.
Mark that off. I'll need to actually cast the spell. Which
that does the damage roll, by the way, and the hit roll, just so you know. So, okay. So let me just double check. That hits. Click on spiritual weapon, and it should then ask you for what level it is, which is level 3.
Yeah, level 3.
You've obviously marked off your spell slot as well, I assume.
Marked that off already.
Okay, so according to this, it hasn't done 2d8, which means it does consider it every 2, which is interesting. So it must be... Do me a favour, do a test damage roll. In fact, no. Based on that, did you want higher damage? Because I don't mind if you want to retroactively cast it at 4th.
I did want the higher damage, but I've only got 1 spell slot for 4 left, so I don't want to really use it just now.
Okay, but if you wanted higher damage, okay, that's fine. But can you do me a test just now? Right, so I'm going to write test. I want you to hit the damage button again, so spiritual weapon text again, just not to roll it, just the damage roll itself in chat. Do it at level 4 for me.
So this one, level 4, submit.
It did, yeah, because the extra rolls above.
Alright.
Such a random piece of
What is that
maths,
roll?
right? That's so weird. That's obviously, I guess, how they're working out the spell slot damage maths. God, that's dumb. That's so fucking weird. Okay. I don't actually see where it's 0.49 times 2, which is so fucking weird in itself. D8 equals 3. But it is a D8 roll. And nothing times that on a D8 unless it's nothing on a D8 can roll that if it's that maths involved. So the fact that it's a 3 is normal. And that's added onto the D8 below. So that does actually work out, believe it or not, maths wise. So apparently it is every odd even level then that gives you the upgrade on that. That's so weird. Spiritual weapons. Okay, there's the jank, the spiritual weapon. But either way, that was. I was going to say, it was 3rd level you were sticking with, hence why that's a test. So, that's the slot you should be missing.
Yeah, that's the one I've done, the 3, so.
Okay. Okay. But, you hit, and it did damage. So that's pretty good.
That what?
Yeah.
Does this guy know where that came from?
He can see the scythe.
Oh yeah. So just a scythe appeared in front of this guy, like, oh, hello.
Yeah. Yep. Pretty much. Yep. That's how it works. It's pretty awful if you ask me. Like, wait, where did this come from?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, not bad though. Not bad.
He doesn't have any chance to avoid that in any way, or
I know because he rolled and it hit him. So see if you look at spiritual weapon, there's the 18. Then it says 60 feet. Then it says spiritual. The 18 was the attack roll. That's what that was. So he did have a chance. It was called his AC that wasn't enough to survive being hit with the ghostly scythe, which is badass. That's why spiritual weapons basically like it's like a default spell take for most clerics. It's that good because it doesn't stop him concentrating on other spells, which is amazing. And the fact that you can just sit that scythe on top of Fleabite and it can attack from the same square Fleabite's on, which is amazing. That's what I like about it. Right, so that was your action and your bonus action and a bunch of random free jank. You've got your move.
I can't move now. I think you'll take advantage on me. So
I mean, you could just run all around him.
stay in front of the bell.
That's where I'm going to go. I'm not giving this guy, other guy, any more ammunition to try and hit me. It's no happening. I've been hit with these guys before, and it hits like a train. I got hit with a boulder, and it didn't hit as hard as this guy.
I think you were hit by 2 boulders as well.
And the headache I had after it. Like,
Yep, it's the after effect you got to worry about. Yeah, the hangover.
Yeah.
It's as it the older you get, you can't just shrug off a heavy night on the old silvered greatsword. Yep. Anyway, sounds filthier than it was. Right, Fleabite, we're back to you. And what we're going to do is we're just going to take a break. That's what we'll do. We'll take a break before I forget that that's the thing that happens. Because we're back at the top of the turn order, so that's a good time to do so. Right, folks, if anybody is watching or listening or paying attention, hopefully you all still are, we'll be back in 10 minutes. See everybody then. I'll get us on the break screen. I'll get us muted. starting is. Way! So, welcome back to The Invasion, Session 57, Part 2. Yeah, that sounds right. It's the 7th of the 7th of the 21st. Yay! That's the thing. I'm Ryan, the GM. Here are the players.
Hi, I'm Tom, the player. Today I will be playing Elfris, the
player.
barbarian. Enter quote about Milo Ventimiglia here. Thank you.
My name is Alexander, and tonight I will be playing Fleabite and Fleabite and Fleabite and Fleabite. And we're all pretty good at dodging so far.
Hi, my name's Chris, and I'm playing Keldrath. Just about to turn into the drunken monk.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Chris Jr., other Chris, as other people call me, and I will be playing Thorin's Stormwatcher, the wielder of the scythe at the moment.
Yeah. And Vanger's still not with us. And hope you enjoyed the wedding you attended, Vanger. And many, many happy to them.
R.I.P. Banger.
Yeah. Yep, he fell down in a corridor somewhere. Yeah.
Yep.
I think without Vanger, we're a bit troubled.
I mean,
See,
yeah. Tom?
I was just going to say, obviously without Vanger, what you're saying there, Fleabite, but I think this is also the first time that you've not said in your intro that you're pretty terrible at everything, and I just like to say that I'm quite happy that your self-confidence has grown. Yeah.
Oh, he's in serious mode now. He's not hide behind Colin's competency at D&D mode.
Mm-hmm.
Because Colin's
The first
surprisingly
conversation I
competent.
can remember him saying was, "How tall are you so I can hide behind you?"
Mhm.
And yet, he's down there leading the charge.
Yep. Him and
It's usually me
Pisana.
at these times.
Yep. I mean, keep in mind, in universe canon, right? Not just Alexander's aware mechanically canon. He's fought these before with teams of people, and it has gone various success ways. Is the best way to put that. Sometimes fighting his own team members in the process, given their choices of options. Scott, aka Tink. Whew.
Is that Crumbar?
Yes, Grumbar from Friday, Tink from this one. Yeah.
Did he get the inspiration that I sent on Friday? Because I was in a bit of a rush and I had to go.
He did.
Threw it in.
He's marked it on
Okay.
his sheet. He's got
That's
it.
good.
I reminded him at the end, if he hadn't used it or not. So he's got it marked. He was very thankful for it. Yeah. But anyway, in this one, it's Fleabite's go. So long story short, Fleabite, you're up.
Fleabite would like to request inspiration for Triumph.
Okay. I'm sure we can make that arrangement based on the aforementioned things in place.
You want me to do it?
Of course I do. No point in having you as a mod for another reason.
And then Fleabite would like to Green Flame Blade this guy in front of him and use his inspiration to give himself advantage.
Yeah.
Himself advantage.
Okay. Ooh.
Yeah, we'll see how this works.
Probably should roll end test, but that's fine. Yeah, a 25 hits. You'd be surprised to learn.
So, I'm gonna hit the damage, but I'm gonna then.
Yeah.
It will probably be fucking wrong.
Okay. So, the piercing looks right. The snake looks right. And the fire also looks right.
Yes,
On
except
target 1.
Exactly.
Exactly. So target 1 takes all of this. Add that up for me. 13?
Yeah, 13.
There we go. Trust me, whenever I ask for like maths to be done, it's because I have about 20 other numbers held in my brain. It's not that I can't count, it's I don't want to count. That's always why I ask. So yeah, I try and hold all the post-it notes in my brain, and sometimes all the ones I actually just physically have written. So yeah. Okay, and then the secondary effect.
I don't have a button for that at the moment.
Okay, so just do it manually. So the second creature takes the fire damage equal to your spellcasting ability modifier. So that isn't a button, that's just whatever your...
Plus 1d8,
Is that at a higher level? Yeah.
because we're beyond 5th level.
Ah, okay, so this is like, what, a d8 minus a number, right? It will be if your charisma's negative.
So my spellcasting ability modifier...
Is charisma. Doesn't include your proficiency.
I'm thinking of a attack bonus. Well,
yeah.
attack bonus.
Proficiencies almost never are added to damage. I think there are some things that do it. I think those are all, obscure and hidden in the rules. But yeah.
So then, yeah, it's just a -1. So d8 -1.
You should know how to do that. In theory. I was reading up on a new system called White Hack that has a lot of kind of deep die rolls, -1 or 2 or whatever. But in that system, everything, the lowest you can roll is a 1, regardless. So if you did roll 1 on your d8 and a -1, it's still 1 damage in that system. Which I quite liked. It was a very interesting system. So it's /R. There we go. Look at that! Isn't that the best you'd wanted to do? And that's on the other guy.
So the other guy takes 7 fire damage.
Not bad, not bad. This is what you get, by the way, when you make a warlock that has no charisma. Just so you know. And this is the joy of flea bite.
And so then I will disengage.
Okay.
As
your cunning.
Cunning. My character sheet had that thing where I tried to change the size and then it just went tiny and I couldn't make it bigger again. So I popped
Excellent.
it out and now I keep losing it. So I'll just disengage as a bonus action,
Okay.
and I will move. Probably to here.
Okay, yeah.
Just take cover with this guy.
Die behind Totem, yeah.
Bolster
Yay!
having such a stalwart warrior by his side.
Yep. Yep, so a bunch of shifty rats appear next to you, Thoden. Yep.
Stop, little man. How's it going?
Just hold them and say, yes, fight.
It's like when your audio gets reverberated through your mic and it's like, yes. Creepy. Very creepy. And else, Alexander.
Who for now?
We're back round to Keldrath, because it gets to go before the Gith Yankee Warriors.
Right, just to confirm something.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Right, carry on.
The guy in front of me is stunned until after this shot, yeah?
Until the end of your turn. Yes. Which is glorious. It's why
Right.
Stunning Strike's disgustingly good.
Which doesn't help me, believe it or not.
Does it gives you...
away, but I'm not.
I was going to say it does, because keep in mind that you can do things like, for example, if you attacked him now, you can still move and do your extra attack against somebody else. You just can't flurry of blows somebody else if it's not after your first attack.
Okay.
Because flurry says immediately after, which means you don't get the time to move to a new target. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, no, it does, yeah.
For example, right, let's say you attack this guy, and Eltris was still a bad guy. You could then flurry of blows Eltris because he's within range and you don't have to move. But it's the fact that there is nobody else, so if you did kill this guy, for example, and then tried to move elsewhere, you can't use flurry because it's immediately after the attack action. We'll have passed that step. An extra attack is off the back of the attack action, which would be why that comes after flurry. So yeah, as I said, monks have a weird order to them. It does make sense eventually.
I was just trying not to use any key points for this
It's okay.
one.
Yeah, that's fine. You still have enough clout without it, don't worry. Like, monks are still...
Yeah, no, exactly,
disgusting.
exactly.
Because keep in mind, even just 2 attacks with your quarterstaff at advantage are going to be really useful. Or 1, see how it goes. Then you can decide to move or not. Like, yeah, you do have a lot of options. As I said, that's what monks come with. They are the toolkit puncher, you know, as opposed to like fighters who just stab many times.
Right. So my plan then is, with advantage, I'm going to use my bludgeoning attack with my quarterstaff to try and eliminate this guy from the game.
Right.
Okay. Mind you, I don't know how many life points he's got, so I don't know if I can or not. But anyway, I'm going to start with that one.
Which one you want to go for? The 23 or the 23? It's the 23.
I'll take the 23.
It hits, surprisingly. Okay. Well, he's still there. So this is where you'd be doing extra attack, or deciding if you want to try and move or not. But I don't know, does stun stop me doing attacks of opportunity? Incapacitated, probably using that. Yeah, I can't use reactions if I'm incapacitated, so yeah. I cannot attack you if you did move away at the moment, so... If you're going to do it, you're safe to do so.
I'm really into my... I'm going to do another quarterstaff attack.
Yeah, sure.
Just to try and eliminate him.
Yep. Go for it. So with your extra attack, and we're bam.
Yeah.
Yep, 25 hits.
What would a crit be?
His crit would be 27.
Okay.
If you highlight the 25, you can see the maths. And in the brackets is the number the dice rolled. The curved brackets.
18.
So he rolled an 18 on that last one, so yeah.
Ah, right, okay.
Look
so
at that! Look at that damage roll!
12.
Dear gods. Yeah, that guy's gone.
Please do. Thank you.
Yeah.
So,
Good. Because my whole point was trying to free up
Mhm.
an extra attack for us. And that's more or less what I've done here.
Oh yeah. He's not part of the turn order anymore, as it were.
Oh, exactly.
Mhm.
Exactly.
if in
So,
theatrically I would have fought and kicked him over that.
Thing is, you do get moves that let you move them, though, which is why that's, you know, pretty bitchy.
Yeah,
when you
not
get
back
those.
stuff.
It's pretty awesome. Mhm.
Yeah.
Sometimes there is also just grappling people and jumping with them off things. We've seen that in action movies plenty times, right? So.
yeah.
I have several things I want to try. It's not the first time I've done this in a game.
I'll just make sure I prepare the barbarian build that you're clearly going to go for when Foden dies because of all these experiments we're trying that are in line with a barbarian.
Well, that's my move over then. I'm going to finish it there.
Not going to walk anywhere? You get movement.
No,
I mean-
not at the moment.
I would appreciate it if you did.
That's entirely up to you.
Yeah, I will just remind you that you can make a bonus attack as like just a single normal attack that doesn't cost anything if you've taken the attack action. But obviously that's completely up
But
to you.
can I move and do it?
Yes.
So,
So I can still
Where
do
is
it.
that?
So I
That's
can
in
still
martial
move and
arts,
do
yeah?
a bone.
Yeah, I'll check that.
I
It's
think that's in martial arts. If it is, put it in chat, so obviously we can educate the group. Because it means we'll learn how each other works. And then if we have these questions in the future, we all should know the answers, right? Ha ha ha. So, there's our essay. And if you skip down to the part where you gain... It's okay, you can skip the first paragraph. So you gain the following benefit. You can skip that. You gain attacks. You can roll a d6 in place of normal damage. You can skip that. I'm already over halfway, guys, just so you know. When you use the attack action with an unarmed strike or a monk weapon on your turn, you can make one unarmed strike as a bonus action. I don't think you've used your bonus action this turn yet, for
No, I
example.
haven't.
Right? The reason why you couldn't do that before is because you used your bonus action with Flurry, which uses your bonus.
Yep.
Right, so you've got that. That just says when you use the attack action, not immediately like Flurry does, which means that follows the same rules extra attack does, which means you can now, for example, move however many millions of feet you get as a monk, because they always usually get good movement rolls. And then you could make an attack against someone else, if you can get to someone in range, obviously. So what's your speed again?
45.
45. So, in theory, if you're going to be really, really sensible and walk somewhere, it's not going to help. But, because your action to dash, you can't do that because you've already done the attack action, right? But if you had wanted to just move, you could have like went all the way like this way and then dashed for your speed again, and you got as far as there. But you couldn't have attacked at that point in that scenario. However, you can just jump down. It is a 20-foot drop, so you need to make the roll that Fleabite made at the start to not take damage and fall on your ass. Right.
Can I move? Can you see where I'm moving?
Yeah.
To there, and then use my dragon breath to attack these two.
What action does it take to use your dragon breath? What's the cost to use it? And that'll give you the answer. So the answer is no, and it's in the first sentence.
It's your action.
Yep.
So because you've attacked, you can't.
So I can use my action. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
But there's nothing to say you couldn't move there and just do it next turn if that's what you wanted. That's if you think these guys will stay in a line.
That's exactly my point.
Yep.
Staying kind of where I am because
Yeah.
without doing math things to get to there, I'd like to find out where they're going to end up, and then be able to decide my attack from there.
Yeah, it's entirely up to you. It's just that in scenarios like this, where you may or may not feel the pressure of numbers versus party, wasting 45 feet of movement by doing nothing would be bad. Even just walking the 45 feet to there so you're closer to steps, or walking the 45 feet this way, even if you weren't planning on attacking, like I don't want to jump down here for obvious knee-breaking reasons. But keep in mind, it is 2d6 damage is the total you would take from that drop, and you'd be on your ass. As a drunk person, that doesn't affect you as badly as it does other people, because you can stand up for a lot less movement than it costs other people. Normally, to stand up from being on your ass, it costs half your movement to stand back up, which is horrible the faster you get in the game.
But for me, it doesn't.
Correct. I'm sure it's only 10 at all times for you, right?
Sorry?
Is it 10 for you at all times, I think, to stand back up? 10 feet.
It
should say...
Leap to your feet, tipsy sway, 5.
There you go. So if you did decide to just go there, right, jump off the edge, it's acrobatics or athletics, you get to pick which one you make. You already know it's going to be a difficult roll, and then if you make it, you don't take damage, and you can just then, complete your 35 speed to go engage this guy. And if you got there and you punched this guy with your bonus action, all that's nifty. But if you fail the roll, you'd take 2d6 damage and you'd be on your ass. But then you can just spend 5 of your movement to stand up, and then still use your 30 remaining feet to go there and do that same thing anyway. So that's the other option you've got in front of you as
You
well.
took a little bit of damage.
Only if you fail the roll.
Alright.
But either way, it's not like I can stop you doing that unless somehow you jumped down there, that gave way and you fell into the mouth of a dragon and it just swallowed you whole. In that really rare outcome.
Occasion, yeah.
Yeah, I just
rolled a 1.
like 5 ones in a row.
Unarmored movement, which I'm just about to share, already included in my count.
Yeah, already.
That's already included.
Because you're at 45, right? The standard for
Yeah.
everybody's 30. And then it gets manipulated depending on your race and other factors. So dwarfs are 25 at the start. Most people, like Dragonborn for example, are 30. And then this is giving you that extra 15. Which is why
Okay,
we're
in that case, I'm going to just move along to 45 then.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
You can do so. Excuse me. Okay. And
Okay.
then it's me. So, as this guy, I'll fall over dead. Just to start the turn. Because that happened.
Oh,
Yeah.
that was a noise of him falling dead.
Excellent. Excellent. I like it. Yeah. And I was going to ask the Foley team to make sure we've got the sound effects for the clatter at the end as well, but I don't want people clattering metal on stream. This guy here. This guy here is going to act next, and he's now got the choice between the guy made of stone or the swarm. So, yeah, I think he's gonna roll a d2. 1 is the rats, 2 is the Goliath. Right, Levi, I need a roll. Hey, it's against the shadow clones. Wabam. I need another roll, Fleabite. Remember, if you're ever repeating the same roll that isn't an ability you've pushed on your character sheet, if you've typed it in, you can just click in the chat and press up on the D-pad or the arrow key and hit enter. Because it should remember your previous chat entries, just FYI. So this is against Fleabite, this one though. Hey, finally! Wabam! No, never mind. One's all round, I'm afraid. The guy's probably just so pissed off that he can't hit the 4 rats in front of him as they all like dive out the way.
So the scene for the Matrix, the first one, just dodging the fists.
Yep. Oh, you think that's rat you're hitting now?
Stop trying to hit me and hit me.
Yep. As he's just walked over and it burnt his 2 buddies with green fire. Yeah.
Yep.
The scariest of the cast. So that's that guy. Is 2 buddies. Are gonna follow it. So he's definitely gonna go after Fleabite for vengeance-based reasons. Fleabite, I need a roll. Okay, that's still against the shadow clones. Wabam.
Yeah.
Nope. And I need another roll because he didn't hit, so he's gonna have another go at you. Can hell Fleabite. Well, hey! Finally, that is what, the 6th attack I've put against you or something?
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
4, 5, 6, yeah.
It doesn't even hit him, it hits a clone. This is what Mirror Image is great for though, right? It's such a good spell. Okay, so you can mark off a shadow clone. See if you want though, Alexander, see if you click on that token again, and instead of clicking it to select it, you just push the number 2. Just highlight it and push 2. You get what I mean?
Yep.
See your mirror image token that's on your token. There you go, buddy.
Yeah, that's a nice feature.
Yeah. I discovered it by accident a couple of years ago. When I pushed the button and went, why has that got a number on it now? How did I do that? Yeah, it's handy.
How do I take it off?
Yeah, I know. It's like, how does this work? It's a really jank thing, but if you highlight the one you want, instead of clicking it, and you just push a number, it just picks that with the number you've picked.
Okay.
Doesn't come up useful for everything, but to track the number of shadow clones left, it will be handy.
Yeah.
Definitely.
That makes sense.
Like, it's not so good for round counters or anything. I would prefer that in the chat, the turn order, sorry.
Right.
But it is handy. Right. That's 2 attack. God, that guy fucking wasted his whole turn just trying to achieve that. Well done. And I think this guy's going to go up and he's going to look at that mess. I think he's yeah, he's going to assume his buddy's got this. He's probably going to go for Fleabite again. So Fleabite, do you want to give me another roll? You did burn both of them. Hey! Yes! I actually land a hit. Ah. Now, do you want to use a spell slot?
No. It would be funny, but
Yeah.
just
More
gets-
fire.
He gets second-hand burnt, and then he stabs the rat and gets first-hand burnt.
Arguably still second hand, right? If it was his attack that caused it. Why is every time I'm even near this thing I just burn? Yeah. For everybody else, Fleabite has a spell called Hellish Rebuke, and he does it as a reaction to being hit, which is lovely, and it's just burning someone. So
Nice.
yeah, but it does cost him spell slots, of which he only has one. So he's
Jesus.
precious over it. Well, he has two, but he used one for mirror image.
Aye.
Yeah, Warlocks.
But it does
Yeah, it does do damage. It's tasty damage, quite frankly. It's a great spell. Right. Okay. That was one attack. It's not burning. We're gonna do another attack.
Flea bite.
Yep. Yep. Way! Way! Way!
That always works differently in my mind.
Meet or
I'm going
exceed.
away.
Also, Wehei probably should work differently in his mind, because... nope, that's wrong.
That's wrong.
Yep, undo whatever that happened. That would be nice, though, if that happened that way. Fleabite's health jumped into the 518 range there. Just so you know.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
I wouldn't mind some of that magic.
Fleabite's patrons just accidentally turned the tap on too high. Yeah. Why are Warlock's patrons never that kind to their characters, right? Or their patronees. Yeah. Or that word that doesn't actually exist. So, are you gonna Hellish Rebuke here? It's up to you. I'm only asking because I want to move on.
I'll not this time.
That's fine. That's fine. As long as I don't want to do that, that's okay. He's probably happy as well about this fact, given relative immolation. Yeah. And I think that's the three guys gone. Yeah. So, yeah. Okay. Yep, that's fine. It is Fortress.
I was trying not to say hello that time because every time you say that, I'll say hello.
Hello. It's okay.
Anyway, hello. So,
This is the drink. This is the drink along version, though, isn't it? Drink along with the invasion. It's just any time Tom says hello to Ryan. Yep.
Joe is the best thing. Like, I've been drinking along as well, and I'm pretty drunk just now. No, I'm joking. Imagine. What I was going to say though was maybe that conversation you had with Keldrath.
Keldrath. Also, just so you know, thingy, like, Fleabite, did you sort out the inspiration that you were awarded again by Grumpy Scotsman?
I will do.
Okay, cool.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Woohoo.
Yeah, so we had that conversation about jumping down here and breaking your legs. So I would like to jump down here now and possibly break my legs.
Yeah. Do you want to do athletics or acrobatics to not do that?
I would like to do neither because I want to break my legs instead. And I'm joking. Let's do athletics
Yeah. Do you know why you want to do athletics?
because that is a strength check.
Yep. And what do you get with strength checks because you're raging?
Oh, so I do. I didn't even think of that. That's
There
clever.
you
Mhm.
I was saying it because I've got like a +6 to athletics, so that's why I was thinking. I didn't even think about the advantage.
That thing you told me right at the start of the game. Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, remember that? Because
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah, I do apparently. This is why I don't want to do maths, because I have a fucking post-it note for your own rules in my head. Yeah. Yep.
Nice. Cool. Well, I would like to do that. Do you want to do the athletics roll first?
Yeah. Yep. Because you still need to jump down. Yep.
Boom.
Okay. Yeah. You can manage this. Yeah.
So, how much? What kind of a drop did you say this was? Would that take?
It's
Did you say
20
it was like
foot.
20 feet? So
Aye.
that would take 20 feet of.
No, it takes
movement
5
away.
because you're dropping.
Okay.
Yeah. That's why
that'd be
That's why there's a risk of damage, right? Arguably, you can climb down. It double the movement cost. But
No
it's
thanks.
double the movement cost. And it still requires, well, I don't think that would require that difficult a roll, to be honest. Like you need to be a 10 maybe, to do that. But yeah, so you're there.
Yeah, so that's taken 5 speed from me, yeah. So
Yep.
I'll use 10 to move over here.
Okay. Yep.
And I'll use the rest to now run away. No.
I hand the rest to Fleabite. Yep.
So now that I'm here, I've got the wrong button on. There we go. Now that I'm here, I would like to do my Storm Aura again.
So you want to use your bonus action to use your Storm Aura
Yes.
against who?
Yeah.
Fleabite.
No, Thoden.
Okay. Yep.
No, I'm joking. This guy
Is
right
this
here.
is this just to power charge him, like when Thor hits
Yeah.
Iron Man? Yeah. Is that what this is?
That's the tier. That's
Okay.
the
Yeah.
right in front of me.
Yeah.
Yeah. It doesn't matter if I do the bonus action first, does it? That doesn't actually matter. Like I can do that and then I can do my attack, can't I?
Only in that one fight when it did matter with the curse. Remember Vanger put a curse on someone for double damage?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's the one time it mattered. Okay.
So that's
Cool.
why I don't want to answer and say, no, that's fine, you can do it whenever. Because there was specifically in this game an example of when. So you want to do that just now? Bonus action with Bam? Yeah? Mhm.
Yeah, please. Yes.
Okay. Yep, so I need to make a con saving throw, is that right? Dex? No,
yeah.
Dex.
Dex, yeah. DC
Okay.
14.
Easy.
And then I'd like to use the rest of my movement to find a corner to cry in.
No, what you're going to do is you're going to roll that d6 and I'm going to take half of it. That's what you're going to do.
Oh yeah, that's what happens. I
Yeah.
forgot that. Oh, that's perfect.
Learn your rules! I'll just take Tom's turn just now, right, guys? Don't worry about it. Yeah.
That's still a bit of damage, ain't it?
Hey, it's still the peak damage you've done with that move this fight.
Quite bad, ain't it?
It's alright.
Right, and then
If anybody's get told they're dead, though, they'll be happy. Because now it's going to hit their d12 instead of their d8 dice, which is great.
I feel like that's a hint.
No, I'm just saying that there's 2 people in this team, when it's at full strength, that would like that information. And even just doing 1 damage to someone, I would smile if I had told the dead. Because then it's the injured dice I get to use, not the fully healed dice. And they're higher if it's injured, so more damage potential.
Well, going forward, Ryan, here's what I'm thinking, okay? I'm going to do
Okay,
my
Thomas.
attack. I'm going to do my attack on this boy right here, okay?
Okay.
However,
Oh dear. You're gonna go reckless? Yeah! I told you I'll just take your turn. I've got you sussed. Don't worry. Guys.
you know me so well. Yeah, so I'm going to go reckless. So that obviously I've got advantage, but obviously they've got advantage
Pep
against me.
yourself with orange, then we'll get this done. And then just put
Boom.
orange equals reckless or something like that in the chat so that we know what that means.
I thought it'd be funny if I wrote the word equals rather than the
Yeah.
sign.
That's good.
Thanks. And now I'd like to slash with my silvered great sword, please.
Okay.
I know I'm saying please.
Miss.
Okie dokie.
What else you got?
I've got this,
Okay. Mm-hmm.
and then I've got this.
What else you got?
Nothing, I don't think.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I
Just so
think
you know, your nearest corners are here and here.
yeah, I was just thinking that, yeah.
Can you move into these spaces here? Like, obviously they're a wee bit.
No, because if I move, then he gets like the reaction thing anyway. So
No, technically you could go all the way around to there and not take
You're
a-
starting on those squares.
But it's whether or not you've still got enough movement to move that far, for
Ah, yeah.
example. But those things I've just highlighted, you would
Mhm.
not take an attack of opportunity moving there.
I mean, it's not going to do anything, is it? If I move, you know what I mean? Like,
I mean, I don't actually know if you've got enough movement to move that far anyway, so.
yeah. No, I'm just going to stay.
So what was it? It was like, so it was 5 to get to there. And then it was
Yeah.
15 to get to there, and then you'd be going. How much speed you got? 35, is it?
40.
40? Oh, you could literally just get there. Not that there's actually any reason to, other than you'd be able to attack both of these guys without moving.
Let's do it anyway. YOLO. Everyone's making a big deal about it. Let's move down there.
Okay.
And that's now my turn. Thank you.
Okay. So you like run around the side of this guy as you swing at him twice as he's like ducking and diving, and you run around him. It's not a bad scene, yeah?
I like to believe that I'm also screaming
Yeah.
at the same time.
Probably. You are a barbarian. Yep.
You can whirlwind orb, you just sort of spinning round him.
It's the you hit the ground, did a forward roll, or a tumbling his monkeys if you need be, and then he just kept going.
Yep.
Occasionally swinging his sword in at this guy who just like stepped over it slowly.
This is what I call the Burt Macklin play.
Yes.
FBI agent.
That's Burt Macklin.
Yeah,
Elf BI. There you go.
Wow.
I hate it. I love it so much.
So, hi, Elf BI is actually the title of my Friday sessions. How fucking dare you all? So anyway, I think that's you, buddy. Yeah. Right. This guy, shocked at the scythe in front of him.
Hello.
Yeah. Kind of just kind of like chuckles and shrugs to himself. Wipes off the mark where the scythe is scraped at him. And then just casually works his way up the steps. Gets to like there. As he's walking, he then gets his measuring tool out.
Just because she just does that.
Yep, just so they can gauge perfectly the dimensions of the world he's in, like all creatures of this world.
Yeah, as we all
Yep.
do.
It's what I love when people argue about metagaming. It's like, yeah, but you know exactly how far away everything is at all times because it's like, and you get a perfectly nice drop-down view of things at all times. So dumb. Yeah. Anyway, what does he do? He does other things. That's what he does.
No, he doesn't. He stays there. He goes to sleep.
My mistake. Of course he does. Yeah.
He sees his henchmen have the fight covered. He goes for a nap.
Oh dear, that's good. I like that.
That should be a great GM being like, and then the enemy just takes a little nap.
Yeah, but he just goes to sleep.
Yeah, that's
Take care in the world. Just off he goes.
that's sadly not what he does.
Mhm.
He does. Yeah. He walks to there, looks at the clusterfuck of a fight in the middle, and just basically smugly smirks to himself. And then goes and stands there, just like brandishing his sword, because
Run.
because you're the one that has taken out one of his men. And he grins, and he looks at you, and you hear him say, and you understand him say, through fairly broken common, warrior. And he holds his blade up with two hands, ready to strike. And then it's Thorin's go because he ran out of action economy.
Right. I have a couple of questions.
Yes, Beyonce.
Could I?
Often I find it's
You-
should I, not could I.
No. Could. I mean, I probably could, but I want to know if I could actually do this. So, Divine Strike
Right.
to imbue my weapon Divine Energy.
Right.
Hit the guy, one of the guys, and then use Blessed Strike.
Let us work out if that's possible. So, let's do a retest. Right, put the first thing in. You're done. Cool. Already done. Perfect.
So,
I didn't
yep.
even notice. I was too busy looking for that Malcolm Right, so at 8th level you gain the ability to infuse your weapon strike with divine energy once on each of your turns when you hit a creature. Right, so you get to like wait and see if it hits. You can cause the attack to deal an extra 1d8 thunder damage to the target, which is great. Blessed Strikes is your Blessed Divine Might in battle. When a creature takes damage from one of your cantrips or weapon attacks, this would be a weapon attack, right?
Yep, it's going to be my.
Yep, so it's going to be a weapon.
Water.
Yep. You can also deal 1d8 radiant damage to that creature. Once you deal this damage, you can't use this feature again until the start of your next turn. This feature replaces the Divine Strike or Potent Casting feature, which to me tells me you don't have both of those moves. So it means you actually have to pick which one of them you're keeping, because you don't actually get both. Because it literally states this feature replaces Divine Strike or Potent Spellcasting. So are you ditching Divine Strike for Blessed Strike? So the answer is no, you can't do both because you shouldn't have both. Is the answer.
Why did it?
Because when Tasha's come in, it gave everybody all the alternative features and you're meant to delete as appropriate for the ones you want. Because they actually, see if MD ever cares about Rangers in the future, the Tasha's content brought in some really good alternative Ranger rules. So instead of a lot of boring crap that won't come up if you don't traverse a lot of terrain, ironically it would in this game, but it wouldn't in a lot of people's campaigns, it gave them a lot of better features they could take instead, which was a long time coming. But no, as I said, the answer was in the text at the bottom there. So
right. So ideally, just get rid of Divine Strike then and keep Blessed Strikes because it basically takes over.
It depends what you want. Oh, if you think one's better than the other, like what one do you think's better? Do you want the thunder damage from Divine Strike, or do you want the radiant damage from like it's just a damage type choice ultimately. Because you can only use them once per turn anyway. So it's not like it matters. Realistically, is there any actual like qualifiers in there that matter? Cantrips or spell weapon attacks, infuse.
Gets better.
So Blessed Strikes gets the option to be off a cantrip or a weapon, so there's more chance to use it with a spell or weapon. Divine Strike levels up damage eventually, it's all the way up at 14, but you can't use it off the back of a cantrip. You could only use it off the back of a weapon. So, can you see the choice there? One will eventually be better damage, but one can be done from spells or weapons. So that's your choice ultimately. And it's Radiant or Thunder is the damage type you pick. So really it's up to you, because you're not exactly short of either type of damage either. So if you weren't a Storm Cleric, I would say that Thunder is maybe good, because I know you can do Radiant already, but at this stage, you're a Thunder Radiant machine, so even that isn't a deciding factor.
Yeah.
So it's just up to you which one you think is better for you, if you think you're going to be using cantrips as much as your weapon, or if you think you're only going to be focusing on your weapon. But that's up to you. It is level 14 before the damage goes up, so it's not like you're going to get that benefit straight away. Yeah. That shouldn't be a reason to not take something that's good at the same time, right?
No, exactly. I'll just keep it for later. It still does decent damage. It still does the same thing as the other one does anyway, so...
Yep.
So, theoretically then, could I then use Toll of the Dead and then use that? Use Blessed Strike, sorry?
Yeah, I believe so, right? Cantrip, yeah. So, when a creature takes damage from one of the cantrips, so as long as it took damage, which is usually guaranteed with something like Toll the Dead, because it's a save. Usually. In fact, no, there's no... Is it... Toll the Dead isn't half on a save, is it? I don't think so.
I'll go and see what
yeah, it just misses entirely, so it is still about 50-50 on that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it still would work, yeah. You'd still be able to do extra damage, yeah.
Okay.
Which is kind of sickening if you're blessing a necrotic attack, which is kind of cool.
Yeah. Like, how would that work?
It's mostly just fuck you. That's what that damage is.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, take this and shove it.
Radiant and necrotic damage.
Off the one thing. You're blessing your necromancy powers. Because remember, necromancy isn't bad, it just means like life magic, really. It's a shame that a lot of the healing spells aren't all filed under necromancy, like I think they should be. But they're mostly filed under, I think, is it conjuration? I think a lot of the healing ones come under.
Hmm.
I think. Conjuration.
Good healing.
What's a healing spell? Yeah.
Okay. This guy to the left of me, the guy who was at me first. I
To
will.
the left of you. Yeah, cool. Yep, perfect. Gotcha.
I will pull him.
I am shocked by this endeavor. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm just going to do what I just said. So.
Yeah.
Um.
Makes sense.
When.
Okay, what is your spell DC? Because remember on your sheet it was different from on your spell card, was it not?
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
So spell sheet on your character sheet, top middle. What's your numbers?
Oh, sorry. So spell save DC.
Yep.
14.
So yours is 14, so that does match properly. Cool. There was some days I looked at and it was wrong. I
I'm
think
sure mine was 13 at some point last week. I think
Might-
that did change.
maybe it's updated, but yeah, just remember somebody was one off because on every. In fact, it's above you. Look, it's literally above you.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
on the card description it says 13 at the bottom of it.
Actually, the spell
And,
itself was 14. That's weird.
That's annoying as fuck. Always double check that, obviously. When I ask those numbers,
Yeah.
it's there. Yep, yep, always double check. Right, so what save is it? Con save or wisdom save? Wisdom. So save.
Wisdom.
Okay. I will see if they have a button for that. Wabam! Well, hey. So that's no damage. Because normally. Yep. So you don't get to use your divine. Blessed strikes, that's it. The blessed strikes.
Yeah, blessed strikes.
Yeah.
Not much else I can do in the way of me doing something because I can't move without taking the hit. After
Yeah,
that
moving
guy.
would be very bad right now, especially if you just decide to like, run. Just be like, I might just run over here, and you're like, oh god, it's all gone terribly.
Yeah.
Could I move the scythe into there
Nope.
as my bonus,
Nope.
or would it need to be? How would that work?
Read it, and you'll see why.
I will need to find it.
No worries. Feel free to paste it in again if you want as well.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do.
Yeah, it seems when you
Cool.
paste them in, it definitely does knock you down one. That is so strange.
Yeah,
Weird.
that's right. There's one section. Your turn, you can move the. Right. Okay.
Can
So.
you see why he just walked away? Yep. So on your turn, for anybody else that didn't catch it, that can be moved 20 feet on his turn, and the attack can be repeated.
So this is the line for 20 here.
Yep. But
It
if you,
is good getting damage on a bonus action.
Yeah.
especially because it's not nothing to sniff at. Spiritual weapon's just great. Honestly, the fact that it's not concentration is so broken.
Hold on a minute then. Can I not just cast it again?
You can indeed just cast. But even if it was concentration, you could just cast it again. Rather than to stop you just burning more spell slots. Yeah.
I will say that, remember, we are down a healer, so I think you are the healer right now.
I am the healer, but I can't really do much in regards to actually hold the phone. Ooh.
I'm not saying to do healing, I'm just saying that of what you choose to use your spells on. That is like your slots, particularly.
Yeah, your slots are everything here. Yeah. Fleabite's getting very worried. That's all. The flea bites.
Yeah.
R.I.P. number 3.
That's one.
Just depends. Think out loud. What's your plans? So
I'm looking at the healing mod stuff.
Yeah.
I've got healing mod and mass healing mod. That would then be. I'll paste them in as well for both for everybody to see them.
Yeah.
So obviously healing mod does one. I could heal him and then that's it. Or I could heal us both.
I could heal up to 6 of you, right? And it's within 60 feet, right? And if you measure, that's the entire party.
Yeah.
including the scythe had at health. But you need to be able to see them, so you're not the scythe currently.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, these two, and I don't have an issue with you seeing Kildrath from where you are, so it's fine. Although I probably would have an issue with Fleabite seeing Kildrath, to be sure, given he's smaller.
Maybe he's short.
Yeah, and this is 20 foot supposedly. But yeah, so Mass Healing Word means you could heal the three of you that are missing health. But I don't think any of you are bloodied yet, are you? No, I believe is the answer.
I'm not.
Yep. Remember the maths is half or less.
Yeah, I think we're fine in that regards then.
But what Alexander said isn't a bad thing to keep in mind if you are concerned about healing, is that your spell slots are how clerics work beyond hitting people with heavy metal. So, yeah.
Or ghostly metal.
Or ghostly metal, yeah. Yep. Yeah. But that is obviously, that is exactly like ghostly metal did cost you someone's healing. That could have been a second level healing word, right?
Yeah, true.
So this is the problem when you're a healer, is trying to weigh up. Remember we spoke at this 2 sessions ago when I went through your spell list with you. I was like, and you thought about Mass Healing Word, and I was like, at this point in time, there is not enough impact for what a third level slot can achieve offensively, and not necessarily using things like what you call it, a spiritual weapon, but like what did we use last time? Shatter, was it?
Yeah, it was Shatter.
Yeah, like again, there's very few times that won't be the best answer when it comes to like burning something big, just because of how robust the spell itself is, right? Same as things like obviously Mass Healing Word, it would help the three of you. Can you see how now it's a better time than the last fight you were in?
Yeah.
Because there are 3 people who can benefit from it, and I don't mind saying that the maximum you can heal wouldn't top out anybody, which means it wouldn't be wasted. It's not like somebody's missing 1 health and you gave them like 9, for example.
Right.
Yeah, so it isn't the worst thing to do, but had you been the last person standing and these 3 people were like doing death saves, that's when it's the glory moment to do it.
Right.
I wouldn't say you should always wait till everybody's dying. If you're in that situation, it's going horribly wrong. Yeah.
Everybody just keep me falling for blooded. If that's the case, like.
Yeah, this is why I don't mind people sharing that information, because as I said, in D&D it's so like the metagaming versus what information you get is so vague. I don't mind people saying.
Yeah, and at this close, it would be, you would say, look, go and use a heal.
Yeah, like if you know somebody can literally undo damage you've taken, I'd be like, any chance you can fix this scratch that I just got climbing down this staircase? I got a skelf earlier. Can you fix that? I wouldn't be shy about that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, what's the thoughts now, Thoten? What are we going for? What's the plan?
I think just now, move the scythe, because everybody's sort of fine. Move it to there. If I can I move it to there?
I don't know. Let's
just going above it. It's spiritual.
Yeah, it's kind of spectral, right? I generally don't like things stopping inside other things. But I don't mind. I think it's clear enough, right? It can go there. It can squeeze in. Yeah. It'd be different if it was trying to go through, like, for example, that way.
Yeah.
Or that, yeah, I wouldn't want to do that. But the fact that it could theoretically squeeze through there, sure, why not?
Yeah.
I can go there.
Could probably stand to move the stream up a little bit now.
I mean, everybody's in. So there's not really any need to move it, really, right? Because we've got the whole map. And that makes you assume that people are going to stay where they are. How do you know Keldred isn't just going to run back inside and lock the door that he's just going to build out of nothing? Right? Because remember, you have that door.
cantrip. That's my action, isn't it?
Your cantrip, Totally Dead, I'll tell you. Or is it?
Yeah.
Totally Dead was an action, right?
One action.
Yep.
So I can't attack now.
Correct, because your attack would take an action.
Yeah. Right. Just double checking. Cool. I'm my turn now, so there's not really much else I can do.
No worries, no worries. Definitely not going to move anywhere, no. No, you're good where you are, yeah.
No, because I don't want to die.
Yep, fair. Yep. Flea bite. Yeah.
I was definitely weighing up out of here. Think, is it worth staying like turn? Okay, I think first things first. I will make an attack
Against whomst?
against this one.
Okay.
One again. And I will use the inspiration that I was very kindly gifted.
Yeah.
I will green flame blade.
I'm shook by this revelation. Wabam! Way! Hits.
And the mod.
In theory, should all work out right. That's some good sneak attack, by the way.
And then plus 8 minus 1.
So question, how is he getting sneak attack here?
Because he's got advantage. So
right, okay.
The sneak attack rules are if an enemy, which in fact he's technically getting it from you as well. So he's attacking the guy to the right. You are not the guy to the right's friend, which also gives him sneak attack. You don't need to be Fleabite's friend to give Fleabite the advantage for not the advantage but the sneak attack, right? Just an enemy to the guy Fleabite wants to attack, because it implies this guy is distracted by somebody else to justify the sneak attack, right?
Right.
So that's quite clever that way. So even if, for example, if this guy was attacking him and Fleabite was attacking him and you two weren't here, then he'd still get his sneak attack because this guy has an enemy in addition to Fleabite.
Okay.
But
and if that guy was attacking Fleabite as well, as long as there is animosity between them.
Yeah, like it doesn't matter. It's only if this guy is distracted by somebody else in addition to Fleabite. Yeah, which is good. Really good. The sneak attack stuff works really, really well. Or if he's got advantage on the roll, which he also had. So technically you're helping and the advantage is helping for that. But that's how that works. Yep.
I've seen it a couple of times and I've always wanted to double up now.
But he only gets it on one, and it's the same kind of thing as your bonus stuff as well. Like he only gets it on one per round. Otherwise it'd be pretty OP, but to be fair, assassin rogues, maybe they should get it in every attack. But anyway.
So there's ways I could do multi-attacks, but it's just so often I'm like, but then...
Yeah, one big attack versus multi, yeah. Green Flame Blade's also just so good that even with my fighter with the extra attack, I'm like, but Green Flame Blade's really useful though. So, yeah, this... How much damage is on the first guy, sorry? You never told any of that.
First guy's 26.
Okay, cool. That's disgusting. Just so you know, by the way. And the second guy takes 2. Nice. Still disgusting. Since he was just like, hey, I'm also just here. I feel like you should attack the other way around, because that guy, the second guy's the one that hurt you the most, did he not?
Yeah, but I'm like concentrating on the first one.
Concentrate firepower, you could say, yeah.
The additional such.
Yeah. Right, anything else?
Mildly hoping that might take him down, but clearly not.
Nope.
And
He's merely well done at this stage. And bloodied, in case I hadn't mentioned it already.
Yeah, I think I will move.
Brave.
I'm thinking like here.
You're thinking nimble escape here? Yeah.
I'm thinking nimble escape and move here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
um, yeah, I think I don't want to be attacked by 3 people. Like
Yeah.
2 is like I'd rather not be attacked by 2, but at least when I then attack, I get to use the extra part of my green flame blade.
Mm-hmm.
So, and yeah, that does work. Like that is within 5 feet. That is within 10 feet.
I don't know what you mean by that. Like, what are you talking about?
So the green flame blade is within 5 feet of it. So,
For example, if you're here, right? Let me just. If you are here and you attack him, you will not green flame blade that guy.
Yeah.
But you will green flame blade that guy, or if you're here, you'll attack him and it can green flame blade him. Yes. Because the 5 feet leap is from that point.
mhm.
Yeah. Chain fire, really.
Mhm. So, yeah,
So where are we moving and what we're doing to move there? Talk me through this.
we are nimble escaping for my bonus action.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Look how nice I was telling you about that. Amazing.
And then I don't have a button for it, but because I'm smaller than them,
Yep,
I
you
can
can move through them. Yep. Mm-hmm.
their
Yep, normally you can't move through a hostile enemy square, but Fleabite is smaller than them and can.
space.
It just costs you
So-
double movement if you're moving through a
Yes,
small-
so it counts as difficult terrain.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Which I have wanted to ask: does that mean if I got something that negated difficult terrain,
Sure.
does that count?
If the rules actually say difficult terrain in the small text, literally small text, then yes, it would. If it says double movement, then no, difficult terrain doesn't fix it, because that's why plant growth is a hell of a spell which says 4 times movement, and monks go, that's fine, I can ignore difficult terrain. It's like, no, you don't. This ain't difficult terrain. It's 4 times movement terrain, which is hell.
So I will move to here.
Sure. When you take the disengage action, folks, unless it states otherwise, you disengage from all enemies
Mhm.
for the turn, which is glorious. Not just one person. Rightio. Anything else, Fleabite?
I mean, just use movement and just go like, whoop, whoop.
Hooray!
Just like, juking and jabbing.
Oh, the Fleabite's echoing behind you. Yep. We're on to Keldrath then. So.
Yeah.
You made an impression, it seems.
I'm going to do. Yeah, it looks like I have. So, I'm going to take on the challenge.
Oh,
Oh,
like it.
I know this might be a mistake, but
Hi, I
I'm
like
going
it.
to do the.
you got another character lined up?
It's the orphan boy I was protecting in the basement, yeah.
So, I'm going to do the Bruce Lee thing,
Yeah, yep.
and I'm going to drop my cloak down to my waist,
Oh.
showing him that I'm wearing absolutely no armor, and it's just scales as
All
defense.
Keldrath. Yep, as you tap your chest.
Exactly, it's just no armor, no nothing, and I'm not afraid of him. Oh shit. So,
Do you want to roll deception?
yeah, no, I mean,
We're good, yeah.
I have the opportunity to flee if this doesn't work out well, so I'm going to take this as I can. So first thing I'm going to do then is I'm going to step into him.
Yep.
And I'm going to step into here.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. Then I'm going to read what messages I'm getting because People have probably tried to warn me off, but I'm not
No,
going
it's okay. Ignore all those. It's fine. Yep.
to. No, not quite that. And I'm going to repeat the actions from above. So I'm going to go. I'm sure it was flurry of blows first.
So you need to do the attack action first for your quarterstaff. Is that what we're going to hit up first?
Yes.
Yep. So you want to start with the attack first.
Is that more like it?
I don't know. I quite enjoyed the Zap Brannigan one.
That's pretty bold.
Yeah. So that hits. Is there a reason why you've got advantage there? Of interest.
I have no idea on this one. No.
Okay. Just fix the toggle at the top for now, at least. That's maybe just a holdover from the guy that was. It's okay. It's still the 22, which is good. Still the 22. That is
So that's a hit.
Yep.
So if I then do this, which is probably minimal. A 6, I'll take that.
Still damage. Yeah.
Then I'm going to use my flurry of. No, I can use stunning strike here, can't I?
Yep, because you hit.
Yes, I'm going to use another key point,
Okay.
and I'm going to use stunning strike to see if this works.
Okay. So I need to make a saving throw. I think it's 14, wasn't it? Against con.
Yeah.
Okay, let me go. Try that. Yep.
So that doesn't work.
Yeah.
I'm going to then use another key point,
For flurry.
and I'm going for flurry.
Yep. Nice.
Okay.
Okay.
So 2 unarmed strikes coming up.
Yep.
Do you want these one at a time or one after each other?
One at a time. So, 21 hits. We always do it sequentially, unless it states otherwise, because different rules apply to different things. For example, if you hit once, I might have an ability to block moves, like the shield spell that a lot of wizards have, for example. So if you gave me both rolls, I'd maybe go, well, I know I can't block the first one, but I can block the second one, so it gives me more knowledge than I should have, if you give me both rolls up front.
Cool.
So it's vice versa, obviously. So, yeah. Right, that's happened. Are you doing stunning on that, or are you not doing stunning on that?
I'm going to just check, I think.
Yep. How many?
Down to 3. Yeah, exactly that. On these attacks, I'm just going to do the 2 attacks.
Okay, so no stunning. That's fine. Hit me
No stunning this time, right?
Hit me up with your second attack. See if it lands. Oh, it doesn't. I think as you're like in there flurrying of blows, this is the one he grabs with his fist and gives you the dirty look of he's learned how you move. Yeah.
So I will say, do you want to post in focused aim?
You will say, do this.
Focused aim.
He's quite a cool looking guy though, isn't he?
I think he's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it won't help you now, but something to maybe consider. It's expensive, but something to keep in your mind.
Yeah, so I'll talk you through this in a bit more depth, right? So let's say, for example, you know his AC is 22, right? Which means the first unarmed strike he did would have missed, right? But if you'd seen the scythe hit him for 22 before, you'd be like, wait a minute, I know he's got an AC of 22, so I know what I'm aiming for. Which means you know if you spent your focused aim, you could spend 1 key point to get 2 extra on the roll. So that would bump your 21 up to a 23. You know you'd hit. Well worth it. Rolling a 1 will always miss, no matter what you can do to it. Unless it lets you re-roll it will still be a 1, and it's still a miss in combat. A 20's always a hit, and a 1's always a miss. So even if you
Always
spent
a miss.
70 key points to get that many additional points onto the roll, it's still a 1-year-old.
miss.
Aye. So not in this example, but it's good for Alexander to bring that up, because that is a really, really good thing to have.
Yeah.
Like
It was just sort of on the back of a miss, so I don't think you have
Yeah.
yet.
But it's still
Yeah.
it's good to highlight that off the back of a miss, though, because I think it's good to learn that there's no
Mhm.
point getting worked up when you see the red number or whatever, or you can tell it's a 1 that's been rolled. You can just move on, because there's nothing you can do unless you can force it to re-roll, which some people can. Not many, but there are re-rolls out there.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, so this is the one he definitely catches and gives you that look of, clearly he's adapted. What's the plan, Keldrath? So that was your action and your bonus. You have used Flurry, which means you can disengage and wander away without worrying about an attack from him. And I think you've only used 10 feet of your movement so far. Yep. So,
Yeah, I think I'm going to use my. What's it? No, it's not evade, is it? It's
literally just walking away at this stage. You don't need to worry about it, because we know it's just part of, once you've used Flurry, you get to wander off your Drunken Focus or whatever it's called.
Technique.
Drunken Technique, that's it. So
yeah, drunken technique.
just because
yeah.
of that, you can, because you've used Flurry this turn.
So I can go another 35.
Yep, and you don't need to worry about attacks from that guy. Remember, if need be, you can map things out if you were going down the way, or if you were just going across the way, or whatever. There is always
Yes.
And also remember, you take less damage from falling. Others.
Because monks.
Are these rubble?
Honestly, what monks do is they look at the rules and go, "We'll take half of that, thanks," and then the book goes, "Okay."
It's better than that. It's like, I'll take none of that.
I just meant the rule book. We'll take half of those rules. But I suppose the counter to that is clerics making the weather change. Right? So, yeah, fair play. Just means when you stub your toe, it does hurt.
Right, so I'm going to dramatically backward somersault away from him,
Okay,
down onto the floor.
okay. So do you want to give me an acrobatics or an athletics roll? Which one do you want?
So I just click on acrobatics.
If that's the one you want, yep. Oh, it's not so good. Not so good. So is there any monk-based things that I need to be aware of that stop this being as bad as it would be for somebody else? I'm sure there is.
Yeah.
It's this, isn't it? It's not bad. Okay. So,
Yeah.
I mean, that's going to be easy. So what's 5 times your monk level? So like 40?
40?
Yeah, so do you want to use that and I don't even have to do any rolls?
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Yeah, like 2d6 ain't going to reach 40, so...
No,
Yep, so you
definitely
can,
not.
you can be here, you're going to be prone, because you failed the roll. So you might have backflipped, but you definitely didn't land it as well as you wanted to. Maybe because, let's say thematically that guy probably does make a swing for you or something, or maybe it's because you're pulling your hand out of his fist or whatever, like thematic reason you want to jazz it up with. And then wherever prone it lives, I don't know where that lives. Is it this one? Is it it's the red falling man? That's what it is. There he is. Upside down red man. So you're there. Yeah. That still has though. Yep, I was going to say, we're getting to that. Yep, this is where we're learning all of your monk moves, which is good. Right, so you're on your ass. Normally it would take half to stand back up, but you can spend 5. So currently you've spent, 15 to get where you are? Which is not bad, right? So,
yep.
Right, you can remove that token now. To do that, you click on the token that you've got, and go to the circle beneath it, and unpip that. Should have a little border around it. I'll let you do that. And then once you've
And
done
then the
that,
cross.
nope, you don't need the cross. Just
No, the cross is dead.
yeah, you don't want to die that. Don't kill yourself.
No.
Seppuku. Just done. The monastery's gone. Everything's gone. Yep. Right.
Easy
So
lands.
I click on that.
Yeah, so you click on the little fallen man. Click on him in the tokens list. It's annoying that it's also called tokens.
Nice. Yeah.
Got it?
Soft, hidden. Nope.
So you should be in the second line of the red people after the concentrating clear coloured men. There should be a big grabby hand next to him and a round foot. There we
Yeah.
go. Perfect. So click on
So,
that. Go to
prone.
that. Yep. So that's you back up. So you've used 20 feet total. Which isn't bad, right? Because technically I like the idea that you pull your fist out, backflip off there, land, and then just kind of like fall into a roll, I guess, and hop back up. Because that would look quite fluid because of your drunken style, right?
Yep.
So to anyone watching, that's probably deliberate.
Yes, of course it is. And then I can go another.
If you're 20, so you get
20.
25, right? If you're 45 total.
Yeah.
So 25 left. It's monks ridiculous.
Left.
55 total.
Is this speed 55? Where's he getting 45 from then?
His speed is
45 is
45 plus 10.
Oh, because
Plus
of his
10.
Yep. I'm forgetting the other benefit of the drunken technique. Because you use flurry, you get your extra
Right.
10 feet. That's why.
So good.
Right, I'm going to move.
Next time when correcting me though, Alexander, tell me that exact path you took so my brain didn't have to remember that. Luckily it did though.
I lost that conversation.
Don't worry about it. So, what's the plan? You've got 25 feet. Don't read other people's conversations. All conversations should be on the table, verbally, not in text forms. So, at any point you can talk to each other, remember, as players. I just don't want complete strategies that couldn't exist. Because that's meta as fuck. But this is the first combat
Yeah, I'm going
for Keldrath, so I don't have an issue with a bit more
to move straight across.
to
1,
where.
2, 3, 4, 5. Sorry, we said 25, didn't we?
Yep, 25 is what you've got. Well, actually, now you've got 45, right? So 35, sorry, if you've got the extra 10 feet.
35.
So you get 35.
So I'm going to go to there.
Sure.
Now I need to go back to S and go to there.
Yep. There you go. Happy there?
Yeah, I think so. Yep, I'm done.
Don't you still have an attack?
No, he doesn't. He's used his bonus action already.
Has he used his extra attack?
No, actually. I don't think he
No?
has. Yeah. So you could use your attack now.
So I can use an extra attack against this guy.
Yeah. I thought you were thinking.
Right,
I
let
thought
me
you were thinking
just-
the bonus action one though, but no, you're totally right. It is the extra attack. Because monks, everybody.
Yeah.
You can see why I looped Alexander in and helping with your sheet, because, as I said,
Yeah.
having played a monk in a game before, it is handy. Even if it wasn't quite as high
I'm
level
just
one.
gonna- And that can be bludgeoning, that can be
It can be your quarterstaff, yeah.
what stuff.
Yep.
One-handed or two-handed?
Your choice.
Two-handed.
There's very little reason to ever not make it two-handed unless you have something else in your hand. Then you can't have it two-handed. Unless you're willing to drop said thing. Of course that hits. It's one off a crit. Yeah. So, this guy's probably confused as to where the random fucking tube came from that smacks him across the head. Yep.
It wasn't there a minute ago!
Do you want to use Stunning Strike at all? Or no? Like, maybe? Like, it's your
No,
choice.
my key points are way
Mhm.
down at the moment. I need to use them for the big guy just in case we can. I'm down to 3, so I'm going to keep them just now.
But it is good to go ham in your first combat as a monk to learn. Trust me. So you've done, like, I definitely support the decisions made thus far. Even if you all die, I still support the decisions you made.
So
Purely because there's no point not using every move in a fight when you think it's going to be dangerous, right? If you want to learn your character, you got to learn your character somehow. So, yeah. If that is you happy there, because you could just move 5 feet again if you wanted. You've still got 5 feet.
No, I'm okay there.
Okay, cool. Okay, it's me. I'm just going to start with the guy you hit, quite frankly. Because he's a bit miffed. So he's going to turn to you, he's going to try and attack. Bam! It's not going to hit, I know that much. He's going to be a bit annoyed by that and try and hit again. Bam! Wow. He's still obviously a bit out of it, clearly. So yeah. He's a bit...
So I stunned him anyway.
Yeah, right? Evidently. Yeah. I need to make a roll to see if he is smart enough to do this or not. Nope. It's fine. Definitely stunned, is my opinion on this guy. Yep, that was definitely an unexpected club to the head. Okay, that's him gone. Let's see. It's going to be against Fleabite because this guy has burnt so much. And you just run through his legs, all of you, which is probably embarrassing as like this pile of Fleabites jump over him. I don't know if anybody here has seen Rhea in The Last Dragon, but there's definitely, see like the entourage that the baby has, that's just the imagery I'm getting, the way they fight. His Fleabite and his gang. So yeah, so this is against a Shadow Clone, and go back. Okay, and we go again, buddy. What was that, sorry?
Honestly, no, how good was that film?
Honestly, it was great, I loved it. Yeah.
I've not saw it yet, and I'm
Watch
dying to watch it. Just not
Watch
the
it.
time. I watched Luca though. That's a really good film.
I'm going to watch that at some point as well. It looks good. This one's against Fleabite. Wabam. Doesn't hit. God damn it, Fleabite. You wouldn't think 16 AC is amazing. And yet. Yeah. Okay. So that's that guy. And then... it probably is 50-50 between you two, right? I don't... like my aggro tracker in my brain is gone to shit, so I'm just going to roll randomly for Thoden and Eltrus. So I think it's more likely to be Eltrus though, so I'll give 1 for Thoden, 2 and 3 for Eltrus. That's what I'll do.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, cool. So it's Eltrus. Wabam. I think I actually hit. Oh, I forget you're the bad AC one. That's okay, yep, I hit you. Hey. I just expect because you're a barbarian, I expect you to have, more.
I also don't want to say anything, but I don't know if this has been included or not. But would you not have advantage against me? Is that how?
I probably should have advantage against you, so I will roll again, just in case I got a crit.
That matters.
I didn't. No, I could get a crit. It would matter. I did not get a crit. Don't worry. But no, it is important to be legal. Yeah, sure.
So 12. That would be 10 psychic, 2 slashing.
Correct. Yep. Sadly, they weren't the other way around. Otherwise, it'd be much nicer for you.
Yeah.
It's the benefit of psychic damage. It's so rarely resisted by things. Usually, you need to pick it up from like racial or like player class. So few things that aren't primarily psychic beings have resistance to it or immunity to it.
I feel like I get resistance against like everything apart from psychic.
I think it's like force damage and psychic damage is like one of the hardest things to like kind of counter. And that's why having things like spiritual weapon with its force damage bullshit is great. Right, so that was that guy. He's got another attack, so he's gonna have a go. He did land one on Eltrus. I'll do the same roll again, right? Same, because I think if you can have like a 1 versus Thoden, 2 versus 2 and 3, sorry, versus Eltrus. Hey, he's gonna try and keep going.
You can try.
I'll have advantage on this time. Hey!
Expected as much.
Yeah. 14 sadly isn't as good as the 16, as you know. and neither would have mattered in that instance. So 11.
So 8, 11.
Yep. Yeah. That's me done, I think, with those guys. Yeah. And then it's you.
I want to walk over somewhere and just die with how bloodied I am.
Ring the bell, and like 7 more of them fall out of the forest, and you're like, I thought that would have worked.
Thank you.
It's the Thor thing. Is that the best you've got?
Right, let's begin with not that. With this.
Okay. Against whomst?
The guy that just attacked me, so this wee guy over here.
Okay. Yeah. So that is what, a con save? Is it a dex save?
Dex save of DC 14.
Way. So half damage.
So I do
D6. Yeah.
just does that just mean it wouldn't be anything because it's
Correct. Yep. You round down.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he badassery blocks it with his sword or some shit like that. I don't know. Yeah. You mace windows. Your Sith lighting. Mr. Senate.
Do you know, see if that's the way it kind of plays out? I don't know what to hurt him. Like, that's badass. Take me as your Padawan. I'll leave the group and join the Gith.
Yeah. I mean, you've already got the sword, right? So.
Exactly, aye.
I'm one of you guys. Look. Okay. So.
I'm going to go in with my silvered greatsword. However, just before I do that,
okay.
I would like to say.
That's why I noticed you didn't unpip yourself. Yep.
And then got that one. That's fine. I'll go with my greatsword.
I'm assuming it's to the same guy.
It is to the same guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the one.
Okay, it's a miss.
That's a miss. Oh Jesus. Okay.
Yep.
In that case, I'll do that.
Yep.
That's not a miss.
Oh, that hits.
Yeah.
One off a crit.
I know. I'm just looking at that and I'm like, oh, that's really like making me really unhappy.
It is a hit, and you have missed a lot of attacks in this fight. So, yeah, it's still good, buddy. Is that 13?
Yeah,
okay.
Which isn't bad.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, it's pretty damn good. Radio.
And with that, I am done.
Okay. And yeah. So, after seeing the blur that is Keldrath just get the hell out of dodge, and immediately into combat with his companions, this guy just walks over here and then just leans on the fence, holding his sword, just kind of like resting against his shoulder, and just kind of like exhales through his nostrils and smirks. Thoden.
I really wanted you to do like the jump and do like an acrobatics or athletics check for him to like mess it up, and it'd be like really awkward because just kind of sit like bad guy,
as he just decks it and wastes half his movement standing. Yeah.
Stunned on the ground and I get free attacks. That works for me too.
All advantage, by the way, as well. If
exactly.
Yep. That'd be embarrassing for him, I'll tell you that way. Sadly, to burst your bubble, though, he probably wouldn't do that. Just so you know.
No.
Like, as much as some people would need to do that to get into the fight, he doesn't need to do that to get into the fight. So he gets to just gloat. And do other things you can't see.
Oh.
That sounds so bad. He's up there behind the barrier.
Luckily, you can see
himself.
through the wooden slats, obviously. I say luckily. But Thoden, what you go, buddy?
And from the messages on Discord, I know he says he doesn't want to, but I mean, Vanger can just come plodding down the stairs behind him.
No, I think if Colin has already decided that it's perhaps too
Yeah, it's
risque
just
for
too
him,
much.
aha. I think if he's decided, it's definitely way past it. Surprised he's not in the Twitch chat already. With things I need Alexander to ban. Although he could be here, giving you guys inspiration. That'd have been nice of him.
What would be?
Yeah. You must have a fair wee bit of points stored up. It's a shame mods can't see the point values people have, isn't it, Alexander? That'd be quite a nice abuse of power. Oh dear, but it's basically just a popularity generator at that point.
I don't have a lot because I come into all your games and
You
I'd like to
do,
give out
and people appreciate it though, like,
randomly.
yeah, people do appreciate that.
Yeah, I'm a nice guy, what can I say?
Oh, you just said that, that's what you can say, I guess.
Yeah, touche.
Yeah. Alright, Thoden, what's the plan? Talk us through it.
I'm just thinking about.
Do you have anything that can just kill everything in one go, like a big massive Kamehameha? No? Nothing like that? No?
Please.
I mean, just call lightning.
There is, in fact, call lightning.
Cloud appears in the shape of a cylinder that is 10 feet tall and 60-foot radius.
Mhm.
You're
Yeah.
lightning.
And I'm lightning resistant, but no thank you.
Surely that would then charge you up.
Again, this is not the Avengers, sadly.
No.
So, what it means is you basically concentrate and you have that area covered, and then within that area you can like point at people and they take like the bolts of lightning hit them. So it's still like a one at a time attack, but it is within that kind of dome, if you will, or that cylinder, sorry, that you make. It's pretty good. It is one of the more fun spells for people because normally it's only really druids that get it, and damn, it's so fun. And I think it's one of the ones where you need to be outdoors.
Oh, we're inside, aren't we?
Or not?
No, we're
These
in
are
the
out.
courtyard, aren't we?
Yeah, you're outside. Yeah, luckily. Yep. Which is pretty good.
Ooh.
Oh no, if there's a big enough room, apparently, you can do it. So long as the room is big enough to accommodate the crowd. That's pretty decent, at least, yeah. Which isn't even that bad.
Yeah. So, player moment, what do you think?
Wouldn't hit everybody, but you would have it so long as you could concentrate. So that's still something. And 3d10's nothing to sniff at. 3d10's disgusting.
No.
And the only question is, well, I don't understand the spells at the moment, but if we're going to need you for healing, can this just be used at a lower level so you've got higher level healing?
It starts at 3.
Yeah, so it starts at 3, so it needs to be 3 or higher. But when he casts it, he's got it for, what's that, 600 rounds? So, or, yeah, no, is it 100 rounds? 100 rounds, that's what it is.
Concentrate.
Yeah, so it's concentrate for 10 minutes. So a minute's 10 rounds, so yeah, it's 100 rounds.
Right.
So it's not like it's going to go away anytime soon, unless they break his concentration by attacking him, or he casts another concentrate spell. And it means each turn you could pick somebody to try and take up to 3d10 damage. And the minimum... but no. Well, it's, no, like that's... Yeah. But even if they succeed, it's half damage. So it's still you roll 3d10 and then they take half of that. So it's still good.
Right.
Like, there is very few bad times for Call Lightning, in my opinion. Because it's also just really fun to be dramatic with it if you can burn the spell slot and just zap random things with lightning. Because it's dramatic as fuck.
I also do that.
Yeah, if you indeed hit someone with it, which you pretty much kind of guarantee.
10 feet to get give us a
like,
bit of space.
so long as I don't think there's any way you couldn't do that, given that this is going to do damage regardless, because it's 3d10, which means the lowest it can roll is 3 damage, which means if you half that, it's 1 damage. So you're always going to do damage with this move. Unless things are immune to lightning, obviously. But or somebody has a double way to reduce it, like an acrobatic thing, and it was evade it or evasion, that's it. Evasion lets you half it, and then obviously saving it would let you half it, in which case you wouldn't take any. But those are like the rarest fucking things. So yeah, Thunderbolt Strike is likely to happen. But you would be able to move somebody 10 feet away, yeah. As long as they were the one you hit.
No.
Yeah, so you could do that, or, I don't know, literally any other spell you've got prepared.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, yep.
So you just has it in like a duty. Hit somebody, there's a big
Yeah,
spell right there.
no, but I wanted everybody hit with just one big Kamehameha, right? I want, I want like chain call lightning, whatever the fuck that is that doesn't exist.
I mean, this would hit everybody, including people.
No, it would.
I have Shatter.
Oh, Shatter? Yeah, that would. Shatter's great.
Yeah.
I told you Shatter's great.
Yeah.
So, paste Shatter's text in for people. Right, so 60 feet, a point of origin within range, and it creates, each player in a 10-foot radius, each creature, not player, each creature in a 10-foot radius sphere, centered on a point. So you pick a point and then we make the sphere, and it's 3d8 thunder damage, and that's only level 2. So can you see the differences between them already?
Yeah.
You see why Shatter's just a fucking golden spell. And yeah. Pretty good. Pretty damn good. It just depends where you place it, obviously.
Yeah.
And this is the type of spell that you might want to consider taking an attack of opportunity to get into a better position to do it. Because it's the attack of opportunity of damage versus this damage, I guess you need to weigh up. You might prefer to take this damage than the attack damage, I don't know, it's really up to you how you want to math that out. But to give you an example, where is it? What is it again? Is it a 10-foot radius sphere? So
yeah, each creature in a 10-foot radius sphere centered on the point must make a Constitution saving.
I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to give that a radius. So 10-foot radius circle, bam, there we go. So yeah, it's big, the area. Yeah, that is also flea bite, by the way.
Yeah, yep.
Mostly because circles are dumb in D&D. And that is really what it means. Because circles don't exist in D&D, unless you're a druid. So, yeah. It doesn't need to go there, obviously. It goes anywhere in 60 feet, so you could just fuck that guy up.
Right, literally just,
you can, it wouldn't hit Geldrath, he's 20 feet away from it. Remember? So there's still clearance. Yep. So, yeah. It would maybe be very close to his hair had he any. So, yeah.
You'd feel the gust. That's bad. Oh, okay.
But that's a thing that could happen as well. Obviously, if you do that, you could hit everybody on the ground, but you'd need to hit Keldrath, which maybe not the best way to say hi. You'd miss the guy up on the banister as well, but it's taken out those two if... Oh, I say taken out, it's including, is the word I'm looking for, including those two. You could just decide to let the tanky boys deal with it. Put it there. And just say fuck it. And protect your two teammates except Eldris. It's up to you how you feel about that. But that's the thoughts about Shatter. What are your thoughts about Shatter? You also could just do it on that one guy. And it would then it would hit the bell, and the bell would like make a fucking amazing noise.
Oh yeah, never mind. The bell would have disadvantage. That doesn't.
The bell will be fucked. It's fine. So What's the thoughts? What are we thinking?
I can't play more that's already ruined.
What I'm thinking is, with my Warhammer, it says I can hit up to 2 creatures within 5 feet.
So that's the square next to you.
Yeah. So
Yep.
could I hit the 2 guys literally parallel to me?
Because you can't hit multiple people with one attack.
So how would that work then?
What do you mean?
It
So,
says up to 2 creatures. So that would be.
what's the spell? Or the move? Sorry?
It's literally just my Warhammer.
Shouldn't be. Should not say up to 2 creatures. Where are we reading this? Sorry, is this on your character sheet?
Yeah. It could just be a. Like. Is it not delete that? Or... No, that's cool. Never mind. Ignore that.
Was it the grey text in the background that's half faded out and wouldn't make it doesn't help you because yep, that's the way. Yep. How is shading with your colour blindness out of interest? Is that
Yeah,
don't worry about
as
it.
you can see.
It's because it's got obviously like sample text faded out. It's yeah. It does throw people. Yep. So it doesn't do that. That was sample text. Annoyingly.
Yep.
Yep, because this
Ignore that.
I honestly wish that Roll20 had worked out that a lot of colourblind people play D&D. I really do wish they'd learned that, really, because there are such better ways to format these sheets visibly, and man, please update them.
Right, okay. Going to attack this guy to the left of me with the Warhammer.
So the one that was hitting Eltrus before, yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Okie dokes.
And then mine a Blessed Strike.
Okay, yep.
Do that afterwards, if it hits, obviously.
Yeah.
So that'd be good if I'd done that first. Warhammer.
Hey, it hits.
I rolled the damage on this, then I rolled the Radiant.
What's
no.
the... Just put in Blessing. What does it say? Our Blessed Strike,
It
sorry.
doesn't take all the damage, it takes the hit, but I'm not sure if it.
Pop it in.
Hang on.
When a creature takes damage from one of your current traps or attacks, blah 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 blah. Yeah, I don't think it really matters what way this is done. So yeah, just do your normal damage first, and then just add in your D8. So click the button and
Right,
roll
okay.
D8.
Roll.
Yep.
And then roll the D8.
Yep.
Slash on into it.
/R space 1D8. Yep. In that
There you go.
instance as well, when it's just a number like that, you can use the shorthand at the side, or if you highlight the little D20 symbol, it's got the list of stuff, and you can just click on the D8, and it'll do that for you as well, such as that. Just if there's no additional numbers or anything like a D8 plus 5 or minus 1 or whatever. Yeah, so that is 8 damage. Not bad.
And then after that, I'm going to cast Healing Word
Okay.
as a bonus on Eltrus to give him a little heal.
Okay. What level are we casting it at?
We'll go 2.
Okay. Hey, 9 health. Mark off your slots.
There we go. And then
Also, if you can, just write in cast at level 2. Just underneath it, just so when you're looking back quickly to see what you've done, you can see that, because I hate that it doesn't tell us that. Although apparently it knows that in the background. When it was doing its other maths earlier, the 0.49 times 2 bullshit.
stupid.
Yeah, it really is. Stupid spiritual.
You only get 1 bonus per round, don't you?
Correct. So your spiritual weapon can't do anything.
That's fine. I'm going to end there then.
Okay. Me too.
Hey, before we continue, can I ask a question?
We're not going to continue. I'm ending it there. That's us back to the top of the initiative. So
Can I ask a question anyway?
Why not?
It's unrelated, but also kind of related. See, when people who do magic are pasting their spells in. So, for instance, on Chris's Shatter, it says there, and before Shatter, it said DS. What does DS stand for?
Domain spell. So, certain spellcasters get spells automatically on their list they don't have to choose, depending on what. For example, a cleric picks a domain to be part of. He is the Tempest domain, so he gets spells related to thunder and lightning added into his repertoire for free. They still cost to use them, but they don't take up his, like, he can pick so many spells to know a day. These are extra ones, so I get the people to mark them differently, so they never remove them from their lists, because they're always prepared. So having DS Shatter means it's always prepared, which means he doesn't have to count that against the 8 or 9 or whatever it is he can prepare a day separate to that. So there you go, that's what it is. It's kind of what happened to Vanguard last time, where he prepared Revivify, but he gets it as being a Grave Cleric from his domain. So yeah, that's why I get people to mark those.
Revivify as a normal spell, rather than...
Yeah, because you don't get it automatically from your domain. Yep. It's just how it works. It's the same as other, like for example, a druid will have circle spells they get granted with them because they pick circles, not domains. Obviously, a wizard might get them. I don't actually think they get them, but that'd be like a wizard school they'd get them from if they did. Very few sorcerers get them, but that might just be a sorcerer's origin, so it'd be like SO. I had to get them to put in there. Just a little marker. It could have been anything they put in there, but domain spell made sense for DS. So that's why Shatter has that in front of it. But that spell is just a Shatter spell, not DS Shatter. There you go. Answer your question, buddy?
Sure does.
Good. Excellent. You're welcome. It's my way of trying to make Roll20 work easier for spellcasters, because it's a pain in the arse currently. But yes, regardless of that, what were we calling the session now that we have ended that particular session? What's the thoughts? Anything?
It's just been one big battle, isn't it? There's nothing been anything really clever.
I'm going to suggest Monastery Mayhem. Or, in fact, I'm actually just going to change it, because I don't like that anymore. I'm just going to edit that to being funnier. The Monastery Mash.
I wrote Enter the Dragon because that was a Bruce Lee film.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
it's very martial artsy. That was
Summoned by the pipe.
And he is like a dragon. No.
Oh, so he is. Not joking.
Otherwise, it's just that Vanguard tripped up and he's just been taking that long to get back up. That's all it's been. And to be fair, he's been missing from the fight for 12 seconds. Just to put that in relative terms for you guys. Not that long, ultimately.
It's taken us 3 hours.
Yeah, but that's how it goes. To be fair, there was a lot of explaining in this one for obvious reasons. It was quite a good learning one, so it doesn't hurt to be one voice down when we're in a learning session. Definitely not. And as it stands, right, none of you are dead or what I would call in peril yet, right? Are any of you even bloodied?
I was, but not anymore.
Okay, right?
Yeah, I got this.
So, you aren't bloodied. You've taken one of them out already. And the big guy just seems to be gloating. So...
I do not look forward to fighting him again. Someone else can do it.
Well, keep in mind, that guy, like, died, right? Like, this is a different guy, obviously. Like, you murdered that guy. He didn't just, like, get back up and dust himself off and go, well, that was weird, and walk away. So, yeah. But he definitely acts a lot tougher than the other ones, since he's willing to let them fight. Yeah. What are we going with? I don't see any votes here yet, guys. Just got a lot of suggestions also. We've got right, Dragon Lee, Monastery Mash, Enter the Dragon, Summoned by the Pipe, The Sleeping Dwarf, Where's Vanguard, also the name of the spin-off picture book, and Grinning
That wasn't
evil.
a title suggestion. That was just a comment.
Yep. It's in the title suggestions. Dodging Dragon, Hidden Dwarf. Yep.
I
Not
voted
bad.
for that because that was how I was trying to get. I was like, there's definitely a pun in there somewhere, and Chris came and just hit it right at the park.
It's not bad. It's not bad at all. Not bad at all. I like it. I feel though like Dodging Dragon is good because you didn't exactly get hit, did you?
Nope,
But
not once.
I don't think MD attacked you either, did they?
I never got a chance.
Yeah. This is
Again,
again
knocked the guy out, knocked out cold, killed
yeah.
it. Got the other guy, punched him a couple of times, then left.
So is maybe like something like Punching Dragon a bit more poignant then, if that's the case, or Stunning Dragon, Hidden Dwarf maybe.
Oh, that's clever.
Right.
There you go.
Yep. Pop in a slight alteration suggestion to yours, because I do like it, because I also love that movie.
Sorry, I went and took my reaction back. Sorry.
I still count this as Chris's suggestion. That's all.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
I'm not.
I also feel like Stunning Dragon's also like a really nice compliment to the way the dragon
Yeah,
looks.
I'm thinking that too.
Yeah,
Thank you.
right.
Bare chested dragon.
It's like I will take this.
That's not what I meant. It's not what I meant.
Bare chested, you say? So your scales don't cover your chest, you say? A weak spot, I know. I felt like Zoidberg giving medical advice there. Right.
I don't like going for my own one, so I'm going to go.
Technically, you could go for my version of your one if that gives you enough of a step aside for voting for yourself. Also, Colin has no qualms voting for himself, so I don't think anybody else should.
I vote for myself too sometimes if I think it's really funny.
Yeah, but they're all good, to be honest. A lot of these are really, really good. I'm obviously deeply sad that it's not Monastery Mash.
That's what I was actually going to vote for. But
It's okay. It's just funny. It just tickles me. Thank you, whoever that was.
That was me. It was just a little
Nice.
empathy.
Yeah, I'll take it.
None.
Right, okay. Well, we do have two for a Stunning Dragon, Hidden Dwarf, which I do like. Oh, we get three. There we go. I'll pop that in. Which is good, because technically, right, not to say there's a competition here or not, but that would be Keldrath is part of the last two titles now. Eltris was part of the previous one, so Eltris is beating you. Just saying.
I took my emotion back there.
What is your current XP total at the moment?
39,900.
Right. Okay. That's fine.
I think.
I never updated it on the tracker from last time, so that's fine.
39,000.
Okay, so let us look at. Cool, so we've got Stunning Dragon, Hidden Dragon for the title. Anybody that was listening and cares about that fact being said out loud. Goals! We have not reached the city of Barrows. We have not decided the fate of the Dragon Egg. We have not investigated the mountain for info on the Watchers or the Blood Prince or the Blood Prince and the Watcheres. We haven't got closure for Eric. We have not found out where the scout came from. We have in fact found more problems of a scout nature. We've not fashioned cold weather gear from mountain fauna yet for Fleabite. Eltris has not found out why the stag is trying to communicate with Ma, which just sounds like it's trying to get a hold of your mother.
So am I.
Yep. Good joke there. I like it. Vanger has not failed his goal yet. Since you are all still alive. And Thodon's possible relocation to Mountain Barrows hasn't happened yet, and find out the fate of the Dragonborn hasn't happened yet either. So, is anyone changing any of the goals that exist currently?
No.
Anyone else?
At that moment.
Everybody happy with their goals as is? Good, that was easy. Good.
We're trying to add a goal in, just throw it underneath, just keep the party alive until he gets back.
I mean, in theory, you should be back next time, but yeah, it'll be fine. Don't worry. At least that way, if it gets failed, it's not you that fail it. So
yeah,
as it stands, yeah. Not that there's any punishment for failing, other than the person not being kept alive. That is punishment unto itself. But yeah, going twice for goals. Anybody else? No, good, no, good. 3 times. Yeah, that's us done. Yep, goals are done. Cool. Wrap up chat time then, fellows. So, Kildrath, why don't you start us off? This was your second session, and arguably a bit more intensive.
Very much more intensive and still a lot of learning.
You definitely got faster with that second round, though, right? Because you knew the rough flow of the character, right? Which is start with an attack, hit it with flurry if you want to spend the point, use stunning when it matters, and then just move across the world with how much fucking mobility monks get.
Yeah,
not bad.
I've got a little plan built in my head for next week as well that will
Nice.
let me investigate more of my dodge techniques.
Nice.
See how good that is.
Mhm.
So yeah, learning as I go, and
You attacked?
got attacked. No, I never.
No.
Never give them a chance.
Yep.
So
Yep.
and you can't be killed if they can't attack you.
Mhm.
So
Yep.
that's a good philosophy in my book.
Yeah, you've adapted Fleabite's how he has survived this long technique. He probably wouldn't like that. Yeah, that's good. Very
I'm
good.
also going to have to take a very careful look at how I spend key points because they came
Yeah.
down very, very quickly.
It's very
I mean,
easy to
that's me.
spend them. See, when you spend key points to get more opportunities to spend it on Stunning Strike, that's the gambling problem, isn't it? Throwing good key points after bad
Yeah.
key points. Yeah. hmm
Exactly, because
Use them and don't use them in the small runts. Keep it for the bigger guy, you know what I mean? It's
I think the problem is they all hit hard, right?
well, yeah.
I was gonna say the same thing. There's now 3 of you fighting 3 of them, and we've only four of us fighting them, and we've taken 1 down.
Yeah.
So there's no small.
Why do you think Fleabite went full on battle mode at the start, right? Like, there's definitely no, and you saw how good that spell is. Fleabite chose to cast with his action at the start. Dear gods, it was good. But yes, so anyway, Kildrath,
Yeah.
you've done very well as a monk there. I think you've definitely learned at least the basics as well as I would have expected him to pick up the monk basics, because it is a lot to take in. Especially when you are also worrying about the fact that while learning there are consequences because you're in a fight. So it's always an extra bit of pressure.
Yes,
So that was good.
exactly.
But you made a very good decision early on, which was stay and remove this guy, not dance around too much at the start. There will be times where you might want to dance around to hit stuns into more people, but that's like a as and when decision, because your ability to move that fast while not being engaged, you can then throw your key points around at stunning multiple targets on the board, which is that's the disgusting side of a monk that doesn't get engaged in combat. So keep that.
Which is my thoughts for early next round.
Mhm.
I have the possibility of taking out the 2 that are facing Fleabag at the present time with some of my abilities here.
Yep.
So
It's
I
okay.
still learn whether I can do that and how to use it.
We're gonna get Alexander's gonna be replaced by Phoebe Waller-Bridge eventually.
I am happy for this.
Yeah, right. Yeah. We'll start off with co-ownership, right? And then, in fact, if we could get her in to play Falcon, that'd be great. So Phoebe Waller-Bridge, if somehow you have got lost on the internet and found your way here, you're welcome to come make a character. We'll help
Weirdly
you.
enough, Brian, when you click on viewers, there she is.
That's
She's working
amazing.
on it.
Well, hello Phoebe. I have loved your work. Well done. Also, L3 should have got her own spin-off. Tell Disney Plus. Meanwhile, back here, L3 was the droid that Lando had from the Solo movie, FYI, guys. It was the one that liberated all the other droids. Anyway, so, meanwhile. Anything else there, Caldrath?
Nope, that's me. I think I've
Yeah, I did well.
said enough. I'm enjoying it thoroughly, so yeah.
Oh, good. You can see why monks are fun, I think, as well, from that. Like, not only not getting hit, 'cause that isn't always a guarantee, but it's the ability that you can just control how you choose to engage with the fight is crazy. Other people have to just stand there and be hit, sadly. But monks they have so much choice. Yeah, sorry. But yeah, it is disgusting. Says the guy that was able to drop bagpipes and then pick up, put his shield on and hold his warhammer and summon a scythe and attack a guy in the one fucking turn. Okay, Thoden, you're so hard done by. With your
And we didn't even discuss the noise that bagpipe would have made when he did drop it.
Yeah. Yep. And whether or not I should have rolled to attack that with the bad guys first. Some kind of dying animal, put out its misery. Yeah, definitely. Right.
Plan to use it again.
Thoden, you go next. Go next, buddy.
Yeah, it was fun as always. Oh, I love it. So it's good. Yeah, no one died.
Yeah, and as nobody
Yeah,
came
really.
close to dying either, right? Nobody came close. So
A bit bloodied, but we got. I threw a wee heal out. That's good. I was
keep in
trying
mind,
so hard. Like, there's so many things I want to try and do because I'm still the cleric. Because I want to do the Tempest side of stuff as well. I want to start attacking things, but I also need to take in consideration. I need to heal. If I go down, everybody dies.
this is why
Possibly.
something like, see when you're looking at, say, Call Lightning, right? What you really want to do with spells like that is cast it so it hits obviously like most of that foreground. You want to like then just stand like that boss guy is, just up on the balcony and just pointing at people randomly and watching them try and dodge bolts of lightning. That's how you own the storm, right?
Dance, monkey dance.
Yep. Nice. It's nice that way. The problem is also you do have like the highest AC probably in the party, I think. So when you're building your shield, and that's really difficult to say you should be on the back lines casting spells. This is the true problem a cleric has is front line or back line, because can you see why Vanger says backline more? He's not got the defensive capability you have naturally, but he also doesn't have Call Lightning, right? Or I don't think he has Call Lightning. I think he can get it as from his Druid list, so I don't know if he's taken it from that angle, but he needs to be a certain level of like each class. I don't think he's a high enough level, because I think you need to be 5th level to take Call Lightning. I don't think he's a 5th level Druid, so yeah, it is tricky. So he's got loads of options, but nothing the same scale you have. At the moment, at least. So yeah, this is the joys of multiclassing, though. So yeah, but without him being able to patch people up and make sure, like, without him playing support, it does give you a trickier job to be like, okay, so I'm tank. Maybe I have the potential to be the best DPS with my Tempest abilities, but also I'm the healer. So you're kind of a bit of everything. Luckily, you've got a lot of DPS support from Fleabite, as you've seen. You've now got the ability to like occasionally remove people from the fight with the stunning strikes that obviously Keldrath can throw out, and Keldrath can kind of make sure he's like moving around the board without much fuss. Obviously,
I have plans for that to get me out of where I am.
Plus, Eltrus has a lot of support in the sense that as soon as he rages, he's got like obviously a lot less damage coming his way. The problem is it's much easier. He's the easiest in the party to hit. So yeah. So that's the only downside to Eltrus being a tank, because he's the easiest for me to connect with.
I've also probably got the most HP, I'd assume.
And as you get the most mileage out of it, given that you're halving damage when you're raging as well. So effectively, excluding extra damage, your health's like doubled. Right? So yeah, against mundane weaponry, you have like double the health total, which is disgusting when you think about it that way, Eltrus. Right?
I'm so disgusting.
Yeah. Yeah, which is, disgusting. So, Thoden, I'd say everybody's alive. You can hand the life debt back to Vanger if he shows up next session. Go, here is the party's responsibility. You can have that back now as shared clerics. Yep.
Responsibility. No my monkey, no my circus.
Yep.
He goes back, and I'm just going to hit everything.
But you can see, obviously, with the action economy of the downside of a shield, having 18 AC is great. That's why it costs so bloody much to get a shield, because otherwise everybody would have one. And it isn't really that big a deal when you realise you took one of the best cleric spells, Spiritual Weapon, right? Because it still gives you some functionality in the turn. And you saw how good that is. Like, that is just a solid spell. Like, it's so good. There's very few reasons to not use it, to be honest. And it's only level 2. So, yeah. Like, the fact that economy-wise, for like your bonus actions, you might obviously have other stuff you want to do, like Healing Word and whatnot, but still, it is just extra there, which is nice. Yeah. Anything else, bud?
I'm just going to throw, I don't know if people can still see the chat, but if people are wondering how I can obviously use a hammer and shield and still cast items, there's Warcaster is the ability that actually lets me do that.
Yeah, its hands get to be full, which is nice.
Yeah.
Very, very nice. Yeah. It's just a bit. It's something I honestly believe Warcaster should just be built into, like, some of the clerics, like War Cleric and stuff, should just have that built in as a free take, and Paladins should just have that built in, because it's kind of dumb that they need to take a feat to be good at the thing they're visually and like narratively and fictionally expected to be able to do, which is use weapons and have hands being full and still cast kind of godly powers. So yeah, if I was redesigning the system, I'd definitely just build that into them and just make them have less something else as a result
Oh
of
my
it.
god!
Yeah.
I just read some of that. I never read it before.
Mm-hmm.
When a hostile creature movement provokes an opportunity attack from you, so that's obviously
If they just moved away from
if they move an opportunity attack on them, I can then cast a spell at them.
Yeah.
Rather than attack them.
Yep. I'm sure that's come up. I'm sure you did that the first time. I think the first fight you got into. I think. I'm sure the question came up at least with Warcaster. I might be wrong. Could be another game.
No, it's the Wrath of the Storm and the Stone's Endurance.
Might even have been from
conversation.
Friday, because I'm pretty sure some of my Friday games got Warcaster too. Probably the Paladin. Probably. He's a great sword boy. So yeah. Anything else, bud?
No, that should be. I'm also going to delete Divine Strike
Yeah.
and keep Blessed.
Yeah, I think Blessed Strike's going to do you better in the long term until you hit level 14, then you cry a bit and go Divine Strike would have been more damage now. But more opportunity is better, especially because if you've got Warcaster and you can pull off spells can be cantrips, and you can pull off Blessed Strike, right? So they can all stack, which is kind of glorious. So, yeah. Especially since you do seem to be 50-50 between cantrips and attacks. Because there will definitely be situations where attacking is better, but spells are obviously going to have so much more versatility. So yeah. Yeah. And Eltris. Yeah.
Yo. It's Tom here, and tonight I will be playing the part of Eltris.
In the wrap-up chat. In the invasion after dark. Yeah.
Well,
Everyone's
firstly,
played by Milo.
I just want to pick up by saying, firstly, to Chris Jr., Ryan's probably the worst person to say, "Well, I've never read this before." It actually says here, like 4 weeks in, like. See if that was me, Ryan would beat me up.
I might just beat you up anyway. I'm kidding.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I think I did the most damage to you this session, so yeah.
Yeah. But on a serious note, it was good to see Keldrath fighting and stuff. That was pretty cool.
Did you see Keldrath fighting, or did you just see a guy fall over dead? Like.
As a character, I saw a guy fall over dead. As a player, on the break, I literally went through to the kitchen and I was like to Heather, I was like, "Holy shit!" Yeah, I was thoroughly surprised. So that's what I was kind of saying to Keldrath and Fleabite as well during the break when I came back. Was like, I've never there's a few kind of races and stuff, not races, sorry, classes that I've never really kind of. Not that I've not thought too highly of, but it's like when I think about it, I'd be like, oh, they wouldn't be good, like damage dealers, for instance, or they wouldn't be good at this. And monks are like one of those, just because like I don't know much about them. I just assumed they wouldn't have been, and then obviously I saw it in action, and now I'm kind of like, well, next section, Eltris, and his brother or sibling's going to come back as a monk. But no, it was really good to see Keldrath in action. That was very exhilarating, and I'm looking forward to hopefully maybe next session or session after that, Milo coming back. I mean, the Green Queen coming back.
Played by Milo, yep.
Yep. Oh, look, he's in the chat too now. Yeah, I'm looking forward to see how this goes. Obviously, I think we could probably get rid of the 3. Like, they must be either bloodied or close to bloodied, like the 3 on the ground. You know what I mean?
I did say one was bloodied.
And well done, I'm pretty sure you said as well.
Yeah.
Due to the green fireblade thing, because I listen, Ryan.
Yeah, you do.
But yeah, all good in the hood, as the kids would say.
Greetings,
Join
fellow
the club.
kids. Yeah. As Steve Buscemi would say.
I was trying to think of the actor
Yeah,
voice.
yeah.
I was like, oh, wait a second.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah.
Looking forward to seeing what happens next and taking down.
I like the confidence.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I was trying to think how to explain, like how to describe him. Like, would that kind of bigger guy up in the balcony be like their captain? I'm assuming because they kind of seem like what would be infantry. You know what I mean? Like the four, and then he would be their kind of like.
I mean, he walked out, gloated, and summoned the rest. So yeah, definitely seems like he is leading them. If not, you could use the term leader if you wish. It would not be.
Easy.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm looking forward to taking him down.
Yeah.
And apart from that, just having a lot of fun, Ryan. Thanks for having me.
You're welcome.
Just the usual, you know.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, I appreciate that, bud.
And I look forward to next week.
And Fleabite.
Okay.
Yeah, I think this makes it very difficult because I'd sort of said the next sort of character I make won't be a monk because I've already played a monk.
And they were reminded how good monks are. Yeah.
And then I'm reminded that how much good and fun they were.
Mm-hmm.
So
it is like that mild headache all up front, and then it's all the tasty efficiency of a monk. Mm-hmm. Especially drunken monks that just literally go, "Can I ignore these, and these rules, please? Thank you." Like the one with the falling damage, where it's like, well, that solves up to 40 damage. I don't even need to roll dice for this move. That was just nice. Anything that makes me have to do less, take those classes. Yep.
And once we get you up using dodge and dash and disengage with your bonus actions as well, because you should also, trying to think, you should also be able to take your 3 times movement, which will be fun.
I think it's you can dash as a key point. I think it is.
Mhm.
So you can
Yeah.
move with your speed, dash, take your speed again, as a key point, and then dash as an action for your speed again. Obviously, you can't really do anything else at that point, but that's still disgusting.
You're like a
I'm
kilometer
away in a
away,
corner
so-
somewhere healing.
Yeah. Or just running around one guy a lot, hoping to rewind him in time, maybe. Who knows? But yeah.
So that's fun, and I think like sort of what I was saying, that if you're being hit, then you're kind of doing it wrong.
Yeah.
And I'm glad that taking that to heart.
A reasonable AC he has. Definitely a reasonable AC. It's very good.
Well, I should be able to take a hit, but
Yeah.
that guy sitting up there with my hit points don't seem to be as much as some of the other guys, and I've seen some of the other guys struggling against one of them last time around, so I don't want to get hit too many times by him.
Yeah, your best, just don't do it.
The good thing is,
No.
though, as a higher AC member of the party, though, you have a better chance to waste his attacks, which is the thing to
Yes.
consider. So this is why, obviously, Thoden, sadly being the tank and healer, and capable of a lot of DPS when he pulls out big spells, like the right aimed shatter is disgusting. Obviously, 3d10 from Call Lightning is disgusting. Like most cleric spells are disgusting, especially Tempest ones. So because of that, because he can get 18 AC, it puts him in a tricky position of being, I'm the best person to soak up attacks. As you saw though, Fleabite with 16 AC and the ability to decide if it's between him or a clone, based on a dice roll, is mad. Right? You saw, I think I wasted 6 attacks, or I think it took me 6 attacks to actually land a hit. And it hit a clone, did it not? Or did it actually hit Fleabite? I can't remember. But I definitely hit a clone and a Fleabite. So
I think you hit me twice out of like.
I think it was more like 9. It was like 8 or 10 attack. Yeah, it was disgusting. Yeah, but this is what's good about that. You wanna waste my guys' actions. That's the point. That's how you win D&D. Burn through my action economy, enhance your own. It's why taking it can be really hit and miss. I had a very brief aside here on my Friday game. There was 4 or 5, let's say there was 5 of them, and 4 of them decided to do skill checks on their first round of combat against a bunch of random bats that were attacking them, and one of the players died in that session, or the characters I should say more accurately, died in that session because they wasted the first round of combat, where they all had, they basically gave the enemy free turn.
Yes, yeah.
Yep, because the one person that did attack missed. So, yeah. Yep, its action economy is tricky. It's why even when I mentioned to you, Keldrath, as well about your speed, it's like staying put isn't always a bad thing, but usually making the most of your speed you have this turn, even just to try and then make your next turn easier, is definitely, like, just because you know you can get their next turn doesn't mean to say everybody else is going to be in the same positions as well, which is tricksy. So always do.
Yeah, exactly. One of the plans I've got needs guys to stand still.
Yeah, and ideally in a line,
in them
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, exactly.
You can see why that choice that you made in character gen is so tough, though, right? Cone or line, right? That in itself can be so tricky because line gets you so much more if it just lines up nicely. But sadly, cones are just much shorter range, but definitely that widespread helps because that's the 2 different types of breath attacks you can get. Just for those that are wondering what we're talking about. But yeah, it's going good so far, guys. Anything else, Fleabite? Sorry to kind of cut you off there.
I think they did whiff a lot of their roles, and I hope we've made enough advantage of the of Roll20 saying, okay, it's your turn to have the good rolls, and now next time they will have all the crits. So. Judging on past performances.
They make the right sacrifices off camera, yep. Get the dice gods to, shine favour on us.
Where do you think Colin really is?
Praying to the gods.
Yep. Drinking to the gods.
That doesn't fill me with... No, actually, no, I think we're okay. We've mostly taken down one, taken out completely another, and working on the rest. And with renewed dwarf and clerical help, I'm sure we can prevail.
Yeah.
And we've taken at least something off the big guy. He has been hit.
Yep.
You're welcome.
So we've proven he's not... No, that was me.
He did hit him first, to be fair.
Oh, you did? Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Scythe.
With your scythe.
It was just hard to see because it was at the other side of the kind of the big bell thing, and it's at the front of the
I didn't see that at the top of the stairs.
Yep.
At the top of the stairs then? Maybe you should have been down in the middle of the action.
I hit him too with some truth bombs telepathically.
Well, I didn't, but I thought about it really hard though. Alright, Fleabite.
And I will just say, it was quite satisfying getting the good roll on my Green Flame Blade. That is such a disgustingly good spell.
It's
26 damage with the...
It's the fact that you've coupled, as I said, had you been a better built source, what do you call it, Warlock, you'd leaned into that. The sheer scope that you could pull off because you're part rogue is crazy because of the bonuses you get with things like sneak attack. It is disgusting. I don't blame Thoden for asking, how does that work? Look at a bit of saliva at the side of his mouth going, wouldn't mind that myself. Then I think there was a lot of appreciation for each other's classes this particular session because we looked at how Keldrath was able to move around so easily without being scraped at all, and taking out one guy and stunning him and such. You looked at Thoden's ability to obviously heal and then just summon weapons from nowhere 60 feet away and attack people that thought they were gloating. You've got Fleabite's ability to just immolate people from nowhere and not be hit, really, despite the 10 attacks it takes to try and land 2 of them. And then...
And Eltrith was there too.
And Eltrith's ability to just go, I'll just take half of that damage, thank you very much, which is disgusting still, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, you've been hit so many times and you've, lost, as much health as I have, and you still have as much health as I have in total.
Yeah. That was an almost Bilbo discussing his neighbour's line there.
Yes. I think Eltrith's is just damage reduction. this
Yes,
is
the amount of Eltress you need to chip away is disgusting. Never mind the fact that he also halves. As I said, the fact that you can effectively double his health is disgusting when it comes to when he's enraged. It is very nice. So it's not that Eltress was also there, it's the fact that your only downside to Eltress's build is the low AC. That's it. You're just the easiest to hit. That's the only downside. But even when I hit you, I do the least effective damage. So that's pretty good. There is a nice trade-off to that. Oh, and Alexander. You're a wee bit robotic.
is like an outlier. If more,
Do you want to start that
if
again?
other
Yeah.
enemies could do. Sorry.
Start that again. You're a very audio yank.
That like half the damage from the Gith are psychic. So if it was like they were doing more damage, that was the of your many reduced versions, then I think would be more common.
Yeah. Plus, Eltress is also resistant to necrotic damage, just something that hasn't come up that much yet. And if Eltress chooses to use his racial ability, he could be immune to, well, resistant to all damage for one turn. Keep in mind, you can use that and move 5 feet with it, remember, buddy, if you just want the resistance for a turn.
There was a point where I was actually going to use it to go up to where Keldrath was with the big bad guy, but then Keldrath fell over the banister. I mean, somersaulted over the banister. So I was like, alright, I'll just stay down here. So
It was the perfect drunken monk that happened, though. It was literally the perfect drunken monk actually failing the roll, falling backwards, just being so nimble enough to just fall into the roll, take no damage, and then just stand back up for only 5 feet. Yeah. Like
and then still hit somebody.
Still move and hit somebody who then couldn't hit him back despite trying. Yeah, it was pretty good. Not bad at all, guys. Not bad at all. Anything else, Fleabite?
I think that'll do me for now.
Yeah, I think that'll do the rest of it since we're way over on time. I thank you all for running and playing and other such things, and thank you everybody who watched, and goodbye everybody. There we go. That summarises all. Say goodbye.
Goodbye, Milo and Phoebe.